Hi. Hello. Hi. How y'all doing? Uh-oh. Hi, Nexus. Hi, Shredder. I'm gone. Oh, wait, I'm here. Oh, what's that? What's the... It's a pumpkin. Yeah, it's a spooky man. It's a spooky man. I'm finally doing some horror games. Wow. Also, I just... You know, I think I messed up the thing. See, it's following my head. It's following my head. I messed up. It should be following my shoulder, I think. I think I can change that. Here. I didn't... I forgot about that. Anchor should be... 左是右, 右是左, left. Yeah, okay. So if I just get up and go a little bit to the sides. Up a... Oh, good. God, it's so sensitive. Damn, I'm just gonna put it there. I'm just gonna put it there. The pumpkin friend. I'm doing well. Nice, good to know, good to know. I'm a little scared. just a little scared of freaking Outlast, but I'll be fine. It's horror game. I'm supposed to be scared. If I'm not scared, then it's not a horror game anymore, right? Oh, it's just me. It's more laggier than usual. What's the worst that could happen, right? I'm doing good. Yeah, good to know. Nice. I hope my PC can handle this game. But then again, the game is only like 3 gigabytes, so... It's only 3 gigabytes. It's not even gonna be that big, I think. Yeah, it's not gonna be long. I think just a few days I might be able to finish it. Probably. I mean, judging from the game, it's only at 3 gigabytes. I played Outlast, definitely 18 plus game. Well, definitely. I would say most horror games are kind of 18 plus. in a way, in a way. But some are more 18 plus than the other. You know what I mean? Some can get quite violent and gory. Just because of some balls and pee-pee. There's actually some balls, pee-pee. There's stick and balls? Are you telling me there's stick and balls? In Outlast? What? But people stream the game all the time. How are they not getting TOS? Even right now, the game has like 400 viewers something. No, I was wrong. 900 viewers in total currently. There is, yeah. You know how? It's okay. I don't know how as well. I don't understand as well. It's okay. I mean, I guess if you're... If it's violence, doesn't mean you need the violence tag. I thought the violence tag is like there automatically. Let me see. Mature rated game, significant poverty and vulgarity and sexual themes, it says. I guess I need violent and graphic depictions as well. That's a good call. It's the violent, like real violent. Something like... I added that one, Nexus. Real violence, so something like... I mean, I guess the comparison I have is only Mortal Kombat. I don't know. Probably. But, I mean, hey... The sexual thing is definitely it. I guess I can hide the screen like this. Let me see. Is this button goes back? Yeah, this button goes back. And oh no, wait, no. No plus. I forgot which button goes to. Which button does it? I forgot. I might need to check my hotkeys again. Real professional streamer right here. Don't worry about it. Let me check. Okay, slash. Slash is a thing. Oh, asterisk. Oh, okay. So asterisk here. This one's here too. There. Okay. Don't hide the Kobo. Kobo will hide when she's scared. Hi Zoe. Wah. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. I'm gonna listen to this song before the impending doom, so to speak. Impending doom that's gonna happen to me. Oh. I'm shaken. If it gets too much, I'll just stop for a little bit. We're petting Joey. We're petting Zoe. Everyone gets pets. Anyway, time to become small. I think the camera is 1, 2. That works, right? Look at that. See, the thing is, I can change the custom logo. There, okay. Done. There we go. Okay, this is Outlast. Alright, we have Outlast here. Don't worry about the POG. Alright, we're gonna play POG, alright? We're gonna play POG. Don't worry about it. Let me close this one. I'm scared. I'm so scared. Alright, I'm going in. I'm going in raw. This is an old game. How scary can it be? Right? It's an old game. I'm scared now, fuck. It's okay, I have chat. Oh, I hate that. Moving a slider until the logo on the left is dark and the character on the right is barely visible. You want me to play like this? Nah, man. Nah, I'm gonna keep the gamma high because I need to look at things. Sorry, I pressed the wrong thing. Oh, oh yeah, it says I downloaded the DLC. Graphics. Yeah, do I disable motion blur? Is there no audio settings? Oh, okay, there is. I'm looking at the feedback. It's like, I think somewhere around here should be fine. At the center? No, never at the center. Southpaw? Paw? Oh, hi, Make Large. Hello, welcome in. Look, if my PC can handle this game, I have to lower the things, or I might have to like go to 2D. Although, wait, sorry, give me a second. I think since I'm now at 3D, I should be enabling some rewards. You know, the redeems, not rewards, redeems, so that you guys can destroy me. Yeah, like these stuff and these stuff and the stuff that can scare the shit out of me. There. I mean, I'm pretty sure it works, right? It has been a while since I've been thrown stuff at. Okay, yep, it works, okay. Just wanted to test it out if it works or not, and glad to see that it works, okay? Why would I destroy the kobold? I don't know. I will let the kobold not destroy. Let the kobold. I'm so fucking scared. I'll put it here, but I'll lower my headphone volume. Pet? Okay, pet good, pet good. I mean, the feedback is like at a nice green level. Can't type. It's okay, I can't really type as well. Controller configuration. I don't have controller on. I'm playing with mouse and keyboard. Yeah, I'm playing with mouse and keyboard. What do you mean? Reload batteries? Did you lose a bet? No. Not really losing a bet, but more like the sub goal has been reached, and I'm gonna play this. I'm in the sense that I'm a little curious about horror games. It has been a while since I last played one. I suppose you need to play this. Sub goal. I'm playing, of course, normal. What am I, insane? I'm not insane. I'm normal. Outlast contains intense violence, gore, graphic sexual content, and strong language. Please enjoy. You are miles upshire. Oh, no. The pet is too far. What? Dude, I have to up-tap this shit. Oh my god. Hello, try to. Let me change the book. I won't stop you that play the horror games since it's not one for starters. True. But then again, it's like a sub goal. Boop scam. He just got scammed. Actually, I think a little bit to the left here. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely not one for starters, but hey, I play Song of Horror. Phasmophobia doesn't really count. I mean, it is a horror game, but it's not really horror, but I got this. Okay, you are Miles Upshur, an investigative reporter whose ambition is about to earn him an intimate tour of hell on earth. Always willing to risk digging into the stories no other journalist would dare investigate. You will seek out the dark secret at the heart of Mount Massive Asylum. Stay alive as long as you can, record everything. You're not a fighter. To navigate the horrors of Mount Massive and expose the truth, your only choices are to run, hide, or die. Yeah, I can foresee a lot of death going on. Hi and bye for now. I'm got less than an hour left, and I can protect Kobo. Okay. Good luck with the rest of work, try to. Oh wow, it's so sensitive. Okay, it's mega sensitive. Give me a second. Oh my god, really? Okay, that feels better. Imagine someone driving like this. Someone drives like, oh my god, no, I don't want to do it. I'm gonna vomit. Mount Massive Asylum. Vomiting as well. Fair, it's a horror game. from a numbers mail. This is clearly a scam. Tip: illegal activity at Murkoff Psychiatric Systems. You don't know me. Have to make this quick. They might be monitoring. I did 2 weeks of software consult at Murkoff Psychiatric Systems facilities in Mount Massive. All sorts of NDAs I am pretty much breaking right now, but seriously, fuck those guys. Terrible things happening there. Don't understand it. Don't believe half the things I saw. Doctors talking about dream therapy going too deep, finding something that had been waiting for them in the mountain. People are being hurt and Murkoff is making money. It needs to be exposed. So that is the sole reason you are doing this? I guess for a journalist and investigator you have to, no? So this is my gun per se. Oh no, I hate it. Oh, I hate it. I'm not controlling. So I did play Alien Isolation and it's kind of scary. So in comparison with Alien Isolation, this one wins, but by how much? Let's say in a scale 1 to 10 of spookiness, how would you rate both Alien Isolation and this? In essentially baby mode, comparing to this one? Shit, okay. That's a nice sky, by the way. I'm surprised this game works on my PC. It looks good. But then again, it's an old game, so... It's locked. Well, guess I'm going back. Can I not get back anymore? If you're not prepared, you may get sick. Should brace myself for anything for this one. If I get sick, I'll stop temporarily. Can I? What? What is this thing? I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Cannot go back anymore? They locked me in, but they locked me out. How the fuck does it even work? That's for peeking around corners. I fucking hate it. Why is that? Why is that this? Imagine it's like, to open the door quickly press left mouse button. To open the door slowly hold down left mouse button. Am I supposed to open up this door? Press. Oh no, it's gonna be huge on sounds, huh? Can I close door? I cannot close doors. Where's my camcorder? Oh, it's a toggle, not hold. Well, I'm in. Damn, this game looks impressive. Shit. To run, hold down left shift. Why are you telling me to run now? Nice texture. It's locked. If Alien Isolation is baby mode, then this one should be like mega I will cry mode. Then I might cry playing horror game. Be prepared. If I get scared too much, I might cry. Like I play I'm Scared. That shit scared me a little bit back then. I didn't cry, but close to. I guess I get emotional very easily. I guess I'm going in the front door. Hello, I'm here to do interview. Oh. I'm here to do interview. Can I drive this? Can I talk? Oh my god, what? I'm here for you. I'll take it. We would give her some hugs. I'll take it still. Oh, hey, look at that. To crouch, hold down left control. I guess I'm going. Wow, that's really low crouch. See, I'm already regretting my decisions. My decisions already. My. Should I just stick with what? Minecraft. Damn. Is there stamina in here? Let me test it. With the camcorder active, you can zoom in out with mouse scroll up, mouse scroll down. Thank God I changed to a new mouse because the mouse scroll doesn't work with my previous mouse. Ooh. Okay, let me test if there's stamina. I mean, there's definitely stamina for games like this, right? Yeah, keep running. Do that cardio real quick. No stamina? Infinite? That feels like infinite. Okay, so you have infinite stamina. That's good to know. Oh my god, the sound. The sound. To jump over a gap, press spacebar while moving forward. I didn't jump. You got this, don't worry about it. Damn, nice jump. For an old game, this feels pretty realistic. Sorry. Okay, I'll stop. Hi, engaging comic. I'm not scared, you're scared. I am fucking scared, I'm not even gonna lie. To climb up, press spacebar. To drop, press... Oh, I can choose? Oh my god. That's too much controls for a horror game. What do you mean? Isn't this just a horror experience? Why am I barging in? If no one's here to do interview, just go away. Lights open. I don't like it. Someone's in there. If someone peeks out, I'll shit my pants. You're not here for an interview? Oh, I'm here to expose people. Like a spy. Ah, yeah, I'm here to expose. I'm a mongoose. I'll stop. That sucks. Can I... Would I die if I jump down? Oh, boo, you blocked it out? Let's see. Alright. Oh, fuck, I hate it. Give me a second. Hey! Hi, cheesecake. Oh my god, immediate scare. I fucking hate it. Hello, cheesecake. Hey! I'm already dead! It takes the night vision with a camcorder. Press F when your camera is raised. Not that night vision use battery like mentioned. Well, shit. Hey, yo, fuck, this is actually very fucking scary. TV? Broken mirror? Press the hold mouse button to open. Boo. I can spook Tylra. Woo. No way, the horror game is scary. I know, right? What? Oh. I don't like this. Ooh, hey, look at that. Hen. Hen. Realistic. I'm here to destroy games by doing this. But this is fucking good. How long is this game came out? Like, how old is this game, by the way? Do you only have left hand? Where's your right hand? Okay, fine, I guess. Look, guys, I'm a huge pussy, okay? Oh my god, I'm gonna die.哎呀，开什么电视啊，屌嗨哦，吓死了咩，妈的！Oh fuck! There's no way a TV made that noise, you fuck. Does this actually work? Hey, 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 I'm not playing fast mode. It's common. What's common? A dwarf common? Help me! I'm scared. I'm just kobold. Hi, Dihydro. Also, thanks for 20 bits wherever you are. You got me. You got me. Oh my god. Speaking of Asian magic words, I'll start speaking Russian. You might. Look, when I get scared, I tend to speak my Asian magic word. 5 ads? Ooh, you came into 5 ads? Shit. I mean, I do have ads on, but I didn't know it's gonna be 5 ads that much. Swear to God, if there's anything that's gonna happen, kill you! Hey! Hey! No, bad. Used for the infrared light. What? I missed that. Oh. So that's the sound, okay. I trained a role on another channel yesterday. Ooh, hiding. My favorite. Your night vision mode on the camera consumes battery. When it gets low, you can reload new batteries. I chose to reload it. It doesn't reload on its own. On his own. It feels like I've been playing for 5 hours. Oh my god, this blood stain! Something's gonna happen, this blood stain. I know how this game works. Oh? So god, I'm playing Counter-Strike right now, fuck. Can I respawn? Pick up document. Call it document J updated. Okay. Is this a new one or the old one? Oh no, this is a new one. Case number 174. Wow. Billy. We're Billy. Consultation date 2012. Hey yo. It's the end of the world. 2012. Initial date of patient consult. Oh wow, that's 2012... 2012-19, now it's like 20... Oh, he's already 30 years old. Therapy status. Patient claims to have progressed to self-directed lucid dream states. Morphogenic engine actively observed at unprecedented scale. Continuing stage 4 hormone schedule. Diagnostics. Spirometry revealed no bronchial... What? Accumulation. Hematocrit? Centrifuge. Again, failed to separate erythrocytes. Highly worrisome. Fucking all big words. You think Kobo can read that? MRI revealed arrhythmic REM scale cycle. Laughter in REM state. Interview notes. Billy asked about the status of his mother's lawsuit against Murkoff and the asylum. And this represents a catastrophic breach in security. Despite Billy's claims that he discovered the truth in the blood dreams of Dr. Trager. No, the only Trager on company records, one Richard Trager, is an executive from MRD. All order lines and security personnel must be questioned and video security improved to include analytical biometrics. Murkoff security... Fuck, I hate that. Can I? Hello? Boo! Scary phone! Sci-fi medical mumbo jumbo gobletry goo. For a second I thought you said dragon. God, I wish this dragon in this game would make the game much better. Hey, fuck, wait, I got a document. Something's gonna happen. Okay, okay. That wasn't there before. Dragon goo? Well, yeah. Any dragons in any form just makes anything better, don't you think? Hey! 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 No! Yeah, Mars. Get in there. Fuck you! No. Hey! 係呀，你要生氣搞臉咩？ Ooh. Sausage. And beet. That's cola? I got you baited.妈的，全部是血，还要我上气毒啦！有时候那个脑子是没有肾。Okay, I'm done. Oh my god, this vent. Fuck. Alright. Blood shower. As if I'm playing Ultra Kill. That's a very neat... Just want you guys to look at this. Welcome to my vlog. This is actually amazing. Look at that shit. I am scared. I got this, don't worry. I'm slow, but I got this. Sticky. What? Oh! What? People! Help! What? Okay, I guess not. Oh, there are people running around. That's gonna hurt my feet. Fuck. Hey, there's no way here. There's someone down there. See that? Yep. Someone's dead, alright. Damn, this is an impressive camera. You zoom in, you can actually see the thing clearly. When you zoom out, you cannot see anything. That's insane. I need that camera. Okay, library. What's the worst that could happen? Press and hold.哎，不要玩，妈的！哎呀 ，fuck it， 喂，fuck it， 喂，他妈的，你瞎告我赌狼可以讲八告你。Okay, that's good. Alright, orchestra, you did your part. Okay, you did your part. Haha, very funny. You did your part. Hee. Someone dropped down. Haha, that's a lot of fucking body. Hey, Japai, hey. Hey, jump, stop.
They killed us. You got out. The variants. You can't fight them. You have to hide. You can unlock the main doors from security control. You have to get the fuck out of this terrible place.
Nice knowing you, buddy. Oh, so is there subtitles in this game? Oh. Nihongo? They can speak Japanese? Is there no subtitles? The asthma. Oh, hi, Lex. Sorry, everything scared me right now. Oh, there it is. No subtitles. I wonder if he didn't speak Nihongo. It's probably gonna be like so anime, but nah, it's not. 哎呀，妈的，这 game 恐怖到，真是没有话讲。Hope you're doing good, Lex. Okay. Hey! So God, will give me a gun. Fuck. Oh, hey, toilet. Ooh, someone took a mad dump. Alright. Fuck, I'm scared. I'm so scared. Oh, shit. MEP? But good, nice. How's Outlasting? I'm dying. I'm dying. And something's gonna happen here. You know why? Okay, you know why I say something's gonna happen? It's way too quiet for one. Two, I have no control when I'm in there. Let me drink some coffee. I'm okay. You're right. Alien Isolation is... Well, I wouldn't say baby mode, but it's still scary. I'm calling it. Something's gonna happen when I... But what could happen? Ah! Where'd you fucking come from? Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Oh, shit. Hi.
And who are you, then?
I don't know. Who am I? I'm... Oh, wait. I'm Miles Upshur.
I see. Merciful God, you have sent me an apostle. Guard your life, son. You have a calling.
What? Who are you? Are you with me or not with me? Ah. Ah. Let's get the asylum. Access security prompt control to unlock the main doors. I'm inside, bodies everywhere, blood, burn marks, heads lying out like wallows behind a bar, dead Murkoff scientists hung from the ceiling. The badges say Murkoff Advanced Research Systems. Murkoff's longtime MO has been to profit off the exploitation of supposed charity. Fuck the third row and bank roll under the billion. How did Murkoff think they would make money off a building full of crazy people? There's some kind of tactical cop pin like a pig on a spit. Tells me to get the fuck out and then dies. Would have been a good thing to hear when I could still leave the way I came. You could. You always could. When you listen to that, just go back. But they didn't murderize. They didn't murderize you, so they aren't opposed to you at least. Yeah. At least that's good, I think. No new documents, right? Yeah. Fuck. Everyone's just head gone. Nice. Body! Boo! Body! Fucking I feel like I'm already... Someone took another med dump, okay. Nice tree in asylum, how do you even survive? Is this fake? That's amazing texture for an old game. Lights open here. Yeah, you know when it's bad. The door got chucked! Hi. Hi. Okay. Okay. Ass inspection. Okay. Hey, I know that place. I came from there. Close enough, I can just barge out, I think. I mean, how hard could this be? It looks rusted as hell. You see what I mean? It looks rusted as hell. Yep, as confirmed. Okay, use this? Is this... I thought it's a spirit box. $69? Thanks, game. I know it's 59, but I'm gonna say 69. Thank you very much. Fuck. Oh, sorry for stepping on that. Oh, it's my own footprint. Oh, that's amazing. Can I use that? Is this a sliding door or just not a door? Yeah. Proclaim the gospel. Proclaim the gospel. What's a gospel? My god, Jesus fuck. You were not kidding when the game is like extreme gore and violent. I'm so on edge. It's been so long since I last played the horror game. Murkoff Corporation. Hi. Document. I can read this very slowly. Okay, JK. The Murkoff Corps United States Office warrant for seizure case number... Ooh. In the manner of seizure of Mount Massive Psychiatric Center and Murkoff Psychiatric System, Mount Massive Wilderness Area, Country Road 112. That's... I'm not doxing anyone, right? Believe catastrophic security failure of Psychiatric Center with imminent danger of environment contamination. And we're satisfied that the affidavits and testimony established sufficient evidence to require urgent action on the part of MHS and grounds for the issuance of this warrant. You are hereby required to grant MHS full access to all facilities and surrender complete authority to its agents. By acceptance of this document, you and any surviving relatives surrender all claims of litigation against the Murkoff Corp or its subsidiaries for the actions of MHS or the circumstances which require their actions regardless of responsibility. I have no idea what that meant. Hey, how you doing? You good? Nice badge. God, there's blood everywhere. Fuck. Okay. This is a crime. What the fuck is this? Why put a door here when you can have this table right here? You're not even trying to block it. You're trying to walk there. The PC is open, you dumb. It's intentional. Oh my god, this is a crime. Ooh, I hate that. Oh, that thing is alive. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay. You know, it's kind of funny when they just call me Little Pig. You remember the thing that throws me down here? Yeah, they call me Little Pig. It's like, why? I thought why wouldn't they just kill me outright if I'm like a Among Us spy? That's not my footprints. Can I go down? I mean, electric room is down there. I could go down? That's not safe for electric room. Oh, fuck. So, if anything would happen. Oh, that was bullshit, by the way, when I was up there. I checked behind me before I go in. I still got scared. That thing just blinked. They have blink dagger. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Ooh, wait. That is actually a really cool eye. I never really noticed that. Does everyone have that? Oh no, you've seen better days. Human CKSSK. People hate you. Battery wise, still okay, I think. Are you having fun? I mean, I'll be lying if I say no, but I'll be lying if I say yes. You know what I mean? I'm like painfully in the middle. I'm extremely scared, but I'm very intrigued. Something like this? Like, what the fuck is that? I'm not investigating that shit. I'm gonna at most play this like, I think 2 hours is my maximum playing this game. Like I'm too on edge and at current time. Like even now I'm so on edge. Oh fuck. Damn, this is way scarier than Song of Horror and Alien Isolation, and I'm scared. Oh fucking hell. Oh fuck, why am I here? Why am I here? I'm making weird noise so that I'm not scared. They're gonna wake up. I mean, there's no way they can wake up, but they're gonna wake up. Oh, there's something there. There's something there. There's something there. You wake up, I'll kill you. You wake up, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll destroy. I would. Hi? Ooh, physics. I will destroy you. I will kill you. Again. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm making all weird noises. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm mega scared. I'm very scared. I'm. Oh. 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 You closed the door on me. Hi, Rocket. You closed the door on me, you fuck. Something's gonna happen. Well, now or never. I'm not gonna stuck here for forever. I mean, I usually sing something when I'm scared. I died. Something's gonna happen. Something's gonna happen. You know what? I'm recording this shit. Don't test me. Cha-chi! Go. Oh, okay, nothing. Fuck. Hey, this game is no fucking joke. This game is no fucking joke. I'm telling you. Hey, no! Hey! Oh, it's a security booth. This door needs a key card. Barge it open! Oh my god, barge it up. Open up! There's gonna be a chase. You know why I say there's gonna be a chase? Look at this long hallway. I'm calling things out, but I'm still scared. Okay. Wait, no! You are, I swear to God, I swear, I will bite your ankles. I will bite your ankles. I will chomp. I will bite your ankles. I will bite your ankles. 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 Dude, I might give up. I might actually give up. Oh shit. It's the first time I said the word give up. Yeah, why are you there? Document. Just take the document here. Don't even get close to that thing. Do not move. Okay. No, I bet your ankles. Are you at ankle height? I don't think so. Project Wall Rider on site inspection. Dear Sirs, the full report pending. No immediate action is required on the part of the Murkoff Corp. The profit potential of Project Wall Rider remains staggeringly high. The 4 fatalities contain enough ambiguous data to make any litigation, if evidence is correctly managed, impossible. Project Wall Rider remains a dangerous initiative, and there will almost certainly be further casualties. As with the others, however, family and government interest in the patients is so low as to make any chance of legal actions vanishingly unlikely. Violence among patients is increasing as the morphogenic engine therapy gets closer to producing working models, but a combination of physical and chemical restraints has proven sufficiently effective to assure continued control and profit. So they all do this for money? Really? Respectfully, Helen Granette. It's a very uncomfortable sleeping pose. I mean, yeah, that looks painful. But man, people have their own sleeping poses, I assume. Oh my god. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Huh.
Why should we have to pay for it? Why do we have to die? Walker will kill us just for being sick. We're some people. We didn't choose this.
What? What? Law? Do it again. Ooh. Did Kobo play SCP? No. Never played SCP. Snaky? Yeah, that's a cute snake. Let me catch my breath. I'm out of breath playing this game somehow. Fuck. I'm only here for less than an hour. I played this game for less than an hour. I'm already at my like maximum. So, do I just reload like this? Cool. God, something's gonna happen. I cannot play this game. I feel like I cannot. I might actually give up. Like, no joke, no memes. I might actually give up. This might prove to me a little bit too much. Ah, fuck. What do you mean? 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 What do you fucking mean? What do you fucking mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Something's gonna happen. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? No. 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 If I play like this, I cannot finish in 2 years. It's too scary to me. Fuck. Yeah, I should stuck with Alien Isolation, huh? This game makes me doesn't want to progress. It has that power. It has that power. It makes me doesn't want to progress. That's how scary it is. Oh wait, is that door open now? Huh? Wait, no, it's closed. No? Yes, no, yes, no, yes. Yes, no, no, yes, yes, no, yes, yes, no, no, yes, yes, no, no, yes, yes, no. Huh. Here? What? Wait, no, huh? Where did I go? Uh-oh. Am I missing something? Probably. I mean, I didn't even explore as much because I'm way too scared. Hey, wait. Wait, I'm building up courage. I'm building up courage. I won't blame you for giving up, but fear is usually a selling point for a horror game. You make a very solid point. Hi, sir. Did you have anything? Oh, oops, sorry. Anything on your pocket of yours that I can take? Is there a key card? Oh. Oh, I didn't see that. Was this open before? Walao eh. Good night, hun. It's late. Okay. Sleep well, make lunch. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, I'm hearing something. I don't like it. Should just stick with fighting games. What do you think I am playing horror games, huh? Think a kobold can handle this? I don't think so. What? 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 I heard something. What? 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 Oh, it's a tree. What? You look too realistic. Fuck off. It's too scary. Hey, no. Not this time, buddy. Not this time. Not this time. You wanna get me every time. Although to be fair, this game, I have to say though, there is some jump scare. The hugest being me going to the door and then like a dropping rope so far. It feels like that one does it. But I don't know why this game is way scarier than Alien Isolation. I cannot sort of like point my finger at it. It's like why, you know? Like they are all horror game. Why is this one scarier than the other? You know what I mean? I just cannot really put my finger on why is this game so scary, but why can I handle Song of Horror and I can handle Song of Horror and also Alien Isolation. Extreme suspense. Doesn't all horror game has that? Like the suspense of alien just like crawling around the fence or some shit. No? God, I'm already tired. You know that you got scared too much? Yes, but I can hear the alien crawling the vents. Oh, you are actually very right. Oh, and you know, I have the motion tracker. So anything that helps me in that situation will lower the suspense by half of it at least. Oh, you make a really good point. Shit, I never thought about that. In this game, you only have like a camcorder. That's it. You have nothing left. And you're on your own in this space of fucking insane asshats. This game is probably because of all the things you have been building in your head. This as well. I think to put it into words, it's more to put it into my perspective is that I fear the unknown, as I assume most people does. I'm back. Were you sleeping? Oh, correction. Weren't you supposed to sleep? Good morning. Morphogenic engine activity plateaued at roughly 2000 pp. Unsafe to progress beyond stage 3 hormone schedule. Diagnostics: spirometry revealed light to medium bronchial accumulation. Why is it like they all have like some sort of lucid dreams and shit? Interview restraints following his self-inflicted mutilations. Restraints have had to be altered to accommodate his enormous size. Extensive dermal eruptions as consistent with failed morphogenic engine cellular activity. He claims the skin ripped from his forehead allows for a truer way of seeing. Seems to have some boyhood experience with Tuatara lizards? Let's go. Lizards? And their parietal eyes. He has expressed anxiety about his flesh, specifically around his lips and nose. Attending orderlies should be advised to watch for further self-mutilation. The mental trauma he sustained while serving the Afghanistan seems to be regarding progression of the ME process. His predominant fixation, amplified by therapy, is a manic exaggeration of military security protocol. A continuation of both chemical and physical restraint is highly recommended. Yay, 7 ads? What? But it says like ad break is like... But ad break is like 1 minute. And it says 7 ads? That's insane. Fucking Twitch, man. No. To peak? What? Oh. Man. Playing this game is very exhausting. I don't think I can handle... I didn't... Look, to be fair, I didn't think this game is gonna be this scary. I sincerely didn't. Whew. That thing's still alive. Yeah, welcome back. Sorry about the ads. There's a lot of them. You see that? What? Is that texture issue? I think that's texture issue. Can I just be like, na 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 na? Can I just make weird noises and go na 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 na. Oh, oh god, oh god, la 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 la. Oh my god, oh my god, la 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 la. Eh, fuck. No, but I don't want, 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 I don't want. I don't want, 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 I don't want. I'm so scared, I'm so scared. Nice TV sessions. How's the TV? Don't chase me. Thank you. I can't leave my girlfriend playing spoopy games alone. Wow. I mean, not technically alone, but I appreciate that. Ooh. Why is it so scary? I think it's because I have no means of defending myself. Like, just zero. I have no means of defending myself, and I think that amplifies the fear. Oh fuck, they're gonna do something. This is a mental asylum, no? Look at them. I'm gonna block the TV away because I'm blocking them. Oh. Actually, can I take notes? Broken man and dead television. A crowd of broken men watching a dead channel. They look like patients. They survive whatever happened here, but nobody's home. Thanks for the handpads, Nexus. I'm not blocking your TV. I'm not blocking your TV. Do not hurt me. Do not hurt me. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. 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 Don't move. Don't move. Yeah. Okay. I've never been this scared my entire life. This is something else. This is a new experience. It's a new thrilling experience. Oh god, it's so thrilling. My heart cannot handle it. Oh shit. Okay. Okay, 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 okay. Ah, ah. Just peek, 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 PIG, PIG. Oh, oh, oh. Okay, 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 okay. Hey, the fucking mosquito! Hey, the mosquito stuck on my skin. My skin is crawling. Shit. God, I've never been this scared my entire life. Holy shit. Oh, something's gonna happen in there. See, this is what I mean. Oh yeah, yeah. I know this. I say this a lot. Something's gonna happen in there. I'm playing a mind game with myself. But I cannot help but think that something is gonna happen inside once I open this door, because it's like the prime time for attack, you know what I mean? I'm gonna open up the door. But this is a rare sight for you guys to see. A scared kobold, absolutely scared shitless. Watching under the TV? Yo, why are you watching? Badminton? Football? Cartoon? Jump out! There's no barricade this one. Wait. You look dead. You look dead. Dude, I would actually just jump out and hope that I survive and break the fall. Oh hey, look, a key card. It's gonna bounce. Like 100% it's gonna bounce. Hello. La 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 la. I'm taking your key card. I'm taking your key card. Pop 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 pop. Yeah yeah yeah. I got your key card. I got your key card. After the tab, okay. Inventory, the key card for security control. Hey, hey. Yep. No, 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 no. Yeah, yep, yep. Yep, yep. Okay. Yep, yep, yep. Yep, 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 yep. I'm yipping. 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 This game doesn't look scary. Well, I say the same thing when I saw some other people play. And once you're having a hands-on experience with this game, yeah, this game is no joke. Fuck this. I'm yipping. 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 Ooh. Oh. Yipping. Hi, Tikaka. Hello. 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 Okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's just yipping. We're yipping. We're yipping. We're yipping. We're yipping. We're yipping. We're yipping. Yip. 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 Don't run. Are you a psychopath? Yeah. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Do not touch me. Do not touch me. Do not touch me. Do not touch me. You're not a dragon. Get out. Okay. Oh. Dude, holy shit. You look the most normal. You are covering your face. You have seen better days. Let's just say that. They just watched TV, a broken TV splattered with blood. Yeah, I should be concerned. Okay, I'm not blocking your TV. 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 Whoa. I'm not blocking your TV. I'm not blocking your TV. Yeah, enjoy the TV. 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 Yeah, okay. No, no, no. Okay. Something's gonna happen. Something's gonna happen. Something's gonna happen. Okay. They're gonna jump at me. They're gonna jump at me. Also, I hope you're doing good, Kaka. Look, as scared as I am, I'm doing good. This game is making me very feel awake. It's gonna do something. Right? It's gonna do something. What if I just go like and rush in? You know, like I rush B in Counter-Strike. How about that? They're scared of you too. They have no reason to be scared of me. I have nothing. Something's gonna happen. I'm calling it. Oh. Okay. Just. Okay. Just. I'm actually gonna run. I'm actually gonna run. I cannot run. Oh god. I swear to God, if you touch me, hi Scarlet. He's gonna touch me. But there's nothing I can do about it. Why are you so painfully in the middle? Or painfully not in the middle, I should say. Dude, just relaxing, minding his business. Looks like it. I'm... Shut the fuck up! Hey! Yeah. Nice. Okay. Woo. What a ride. Woo. I'm okay. Okay. I have a key. Do not touch me. Alright. My fluff is too good for you. Proclaim the gospel. Okay, proclaim the gospel. Okay, gospel. Okay. Just don't. No touchy. No. Oh. Now I know how hyperventilate feels like. Okay. Note that you can look by holding QE or Hiya, game, you tell me that for what? Why is this a thing? As bad as this is, I honestly think Outlast 2 is disturbingly worse. Well, I'm not... I don't play horror games at all. Let's just establish that I do not play horror games. Never. I'm never touching Outlast anymore. I would never touch 2. Ever. Rockstar doesn't want to touch. They cannot. Dragons can. Kobolds can. You know, friends. Kobolds. breathe. Hey. It's just a game. It cannot hurt me in real life. Just a game. 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 Alright, okay. Just a game. Just a game. Just a game. Just a game. Alright, okay. Oh, I'm so close to the security door. Something's gonna happen. Something's gonna happen. I'm sorry if she plays Outlast 2 the stream will end in the first 30 minutes. Oh yeah, oh even probably less than that. I'm close to giving up on this game already. I have a pumpkin friend, even that doesn't help me as much. And in the trailer, probably. Why would you tell me that when I run I need to look back? That's the worst thing that could happen. No, don't you dare. Don't you dare, don't you dare, don't you dare do that to me, don't you dare. The game tells me to run and press Q and R so that I can look back. Don't you think that's a little ominous? It's her you shouldn't. The game tells me to, literally. Something's gonna happen. Beep 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 pop pop hi they lie. Yeah, I'm so shaky. Unlock main doors. Yay! Damn, nice keyboard. Oh no, it's so slow. Something's gonna happen. Uh-oh. It's gonna come back? Let's wait for a little bit longer. What? How would I know? How would I know when I can get out? Is that fine? Am I fine? Fuck. Oh, I think I'm supposed to go here. Dad! I'm going down. 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 No, I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to be here. Oh, the door is open. The door is open. That's nice, by the way. Good attention to detail, but still. Oh fuck, oh fuck, fuck, fuck. Uh-oh. Hush, little baby, don't you cry. I'm crying. I'm crying. I'm crying. I'm crying. Crying. I'm crying. Machine room. Electric room. Machine room. Oh. I'm. Uh-oh. No. Oh my god. To vault while moving towards waist-high objects. Oh my god. Yeet. Wow, parkour. Oh god, I am making noise. I'm okay. Turn on 2. Gas find the main breaker, restart the generator. Okay. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. Oh. Okay. Guess I go the other one. Okay. Breathe. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. I don't. Pump room. Okay, pump room. Okay. Oh my god, it's so loud. Stupid. There's no need. Okay, we hide here for a bit. Why you play Outlast? Because curiosity got me. This is why Kobold need dragons to hold their hand when going through dark, spooky places. Yeah. I am here, everything will be fine. True. Ah! I called it. I fucking called it. Sup? You don't know where I am. He knows? Yeah, he knows. So this is hard. I'm being chased while I'm doing this. Well, not being chased, but I'm trying to be sneaky like. I know being sneaky peeky is like Kobold strength, but this is... Is that? That's my breathing noise, right? That's not... Yeah, this is my breathing noise, but... Yikes.
Scared.
Gee! Oh, hi, Brian. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. Oh, just drink some coffee. Wow. Hi, Dry Tube. Welcome back. I'm hiding for a bit because that guy was chasing me. Didn't want to Malzino, you. I appreciate that. CP and chill. Looks like they don't know. They actually know, I guess. Let's hide for a little bit first. They might check the lockers. That might be a bit of a problem now. I'm gonna assume this game is like very sound sensitive. I knew I have it right. I had to end up doing this part with no light. This is like the basement sewer, right? Yeah. You know, now it's like very bright sunlight afternoon and I'm still scared as fuck. See? Very sound sensitive, what I say. Did you check the lockers? You checked the lockers? Remember this exact corridor? Ay, Dios! Nah. No. What do I do? No. So I can shake them off. I can shake them off. least they're kind of blind. Fuck. So, what do I want? What do I need to do again? Oh fuck! Oh my god! I cannot! I cannot! I cannot! Oh. Let me hide just a little bit. Let me just hide for a little bit. They might check the lockers. If they check the lockers, I accept my fate, I guess. Hit the camera. I wish I can, but they have a bonk stick, which is like stronger. I cannot hear footsteps. I don't think I see him anymore. Oh, I don't think I can hear them. Asshat. I'm not too sure how do I shake him up. Very scary run. Hey. Ah, fuck. I know how to shake him off. Oh my god, that make me feel even more disoriented. This doesn't work, right? Yeah, this doesn't work. No way that worked. Don't be a wuss, you could totally type that guy. So if I get chased, if I can take him off my eyesight for like, if I can just shake him off his eyesight and hide. So I guess they are not as clever as Alien? Yeah, they're not as clever as Xenomorph. That's good to know. That guy, you can totally take him. Wait, you mean the fight? Never mind, run. You can do this? I think I did it. I just want to take a breath a little bit. Shit, I didn't breathe for like a good minute. Don't tell mom, don't tell mom. He doesn't have a like source like you. Oh, true. When he said Outlast lore, oh god, is it like a paragraph or an essay? Because I'm never good with lore, to be honest. Yeah, darkness gave me a friend, I just realized. Because they cannot really see me. go back? Oh, hey. Oh, fuck. Stretch that bone? All of them are deformed because of the machine they experimented with. Oh, they mentioned the machine multiple times in, well, some form of treatment? Oh. It's too scary. There's sounds on my own game called Spooked and something in yours. The game's spooky. Hypnotic experimentation and research. Yeah, treatment. On Wednesday, 10 February 1954, hypnotic experimentation on and research work was continued in Building 13 of Mount Massive Preserve in Colorado using the following subjects. Material breached. A post-hypnotic of the night before pointed finger, you will sleep, was enacted. Mrs. Jackson and Pierce immediately progressed to a deep hypnotic state with no further suggestion. Miss Pierce was then instructed, having previously expressed a fear of firearms in any fashion. Don't listen to them. They look that way in Colorado. Oh my god. Expressed a fear of firearms in any fashion. That she would use every method at her disposal to awaken Miss Jackson, now in a deep hypnotic sleep, and failing this, she would pick up a nearby pistol and fire it at Miss Jackson. She was instructed that her rage would be so great that she would not hesitate to kill Jackson for failing to awaken. That's... what? Miss Pierce carrying out these suggestions to the letter, including firing the unloaded pneumatic pistol gun at Jackson, and then proceeding to fall into a deep sleep. After proper suggestions were made, both were awakened and expressed complete amnesia for the entire sequence. Miss Pierce was again handed the gun, which she refused, in an awakened state, to pick up all except from the operator. She expressed absolute denial that the foregoing sequence had happened. That's fucked. That is quite fucked. Wow. Shit. Although I kinda don't like having limited light sources, but then again, having unlimited light source might be a little OP. I have to imagine this will inspire a town by Condemned. Probably. Even though I don't know what Condemned is. Colorado has Mothman, your argument's invalid. I'm trying to recognize the footstep noises. It basically abandons scary places, the game. Oh. I might just play Counter-Strike after this. I don't hear footsteps. Is he just like gone? There's no footstep noises. Unless I cannot hear it. It should be very obvious because when I was using, when I was trying to be sneaky peeky, I cannot know where it is. I cannot know where he is because I don't hear the footstep noises. That's why I'm trying to like recognize the footstep noises so that I can like move away from him. But then again, I don't hear anything, so it's a bit of a problem, isn't it? We found locations such as condemned apartment and abandoned mall, to subway at night, and a library after closing. Very abandoned, yeah. Wait till I meet the couple. I don't know if I will keep playing this game, to be honest. Look, okay, can I back out? See, I might or might not continue this game. Truth be told. It might be a little bit too much. It might prove a little bit too much for me. But I tried it. And that sated my curiosity. It plays an FBI agent investigating a serial killer, chasing after his kills. But the abandoned places he uses are always saturated with bloodthirsty homeless folks. Which is totally fucked at first because wow. I'll absolutely say, what you gonna say? I think this is the worst part of this game. Really? This one? I also remember getting less scary after this. To be honest, I am feeling a tad bit less scared than the first part. I feel like the first part is brilliant. I don't know how to explain it, but the first part absolutely got me mental. I'm gonna try to get past this part, but I just cannot have the time to read the thing when someone is constantly chasing me. Oh, fuck. Hiya. Ring around the rosy. Ooh, he was really close. Just another ghost. Oh wait, he thinks that I'm a ghost? Section complete in the dark. Ah, probably. But the only other location I remember being scary is the DLC. I don't have the DLC, so I should be glad. See, now I'm dumbfounded because I don't know what to do. I don't think this works. Don't be afraid of death too. It is only a minor inconvenience if you use your multiple lives to explore and figure out the layout of the area more while being chased. That helps. You saying that helps a lot, to be honest. Yeah, why should I be afraid of death? I think that... Oh, wait, that makes a lot of sense. There's no death involved in the first area, and it's just all scares being put out, being like well put out, like well thought out scares. It's not constant, but they build up really well. So I think that's why I think the first part is like brilliant. This part, I can easily outrun him. So it's like, okay, you know, at least I know that I can outrun this guy pretty easily. So that lowers down the fear factor a little bit more. Now, both playing horror games, but I'm on Roblox. Roblox is horror games? Let me see if this works. Let me see, darkness is truly my friend. Time to experiment. Darkness is my friend. Confirmed. Very friendly. Okay. I think he's coming in. So, is there something here that I need to do? I don't see anything I need to do here. Let's hide for a little bit. So, there's 2 rooms. I opened up 2 generators. This room is just like a shaky moth kind of place, but it's also a death place because there's bright light. And as you can see, the darkness is my huge friend there. I happen to be the horror game guy in your friend circle. I know the tricks. That's cool. This genius experiment. Yeah, I'm surprised that worked. Just hide in the corner in the dark actually works against an enemy. That's really good. For an old game, that's fucking amazing. I can sing praises now. This game's great. That's cool as fuck actually. Right? I second that. Is it not old? I thought this game is quite old already. Or like old as in... a decade? Has it been a decade in this game? This came out in like 2013. That's quite old, no? Yeah, that's a decade. Yeah, it is a decade. It is a decade. Maybe I need to check out the first room again. Or I can, based on his behavior, I can try to see where can I go. Oh my god, it's so good! Darkness! 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 Okay, what do you need me to do? Main breaker? Where's the main breaker? Just need help? What's going on? But yeah, in Condemn, it's the homeless who are constantly trying to kill you, so it's super weird because like that's super unfortunate for those people. And us as well. Maybe I have to go back to the first room again. Or is there something going on in that room? He's very fixated on that and also this, don't you think? Wait, let me see where he turns. It's going there. Route looks like here. First room, second room. Nope. It's going in there. Oh, he actually goes in there. Yeah, let's go into the first room again. In the rooms you were running in, trying to shake the guy. You mean the room with the bright corridor? And then the game review says nearly all low-income areas in the game's universe that's like this. In the gamey feel of investigating a killer while killing a bunch of people gets normalized, and that is scary? Like, what a super well-done plot point to make fun of video games. Clever. It's nearby. Let me get used to the darkness real quick. The kobold needs to be in darkness. Oh, I can hear the footsteps actually. I can actually hear the footsteps. Where is he? I need to have visual of him before I want to move on. I'm staying in my safe darkness for now. Woke up too early, so getting EP shall take a nap but stay a lurking. Okay, Tikaka. Have good lurk. And also have good nap too. Go get EP. Very nice. Okay, anything here that I can do? So I did that. Stay alive, I will. Uh-oh, I missed the chat. As it turns out, some kind of elite cultic organization is playing some kind of brown noise audio in low-income areas, which significantly causes people to go fucking insane over a long period of time, which your character helps us to do over the course of the game. Whoa! Spending time in those areas? That's where the game takes place. That's kind of amazing. I kind of like that. It reminds me of the Pokemon Lavender Town creepypasta back then. You know, like the creepypasta saying that a bunch of kids hearing the first version of Lavender Town theme causes people to actually commit not living by eating themselves off a tall building. I'm not gonna be too obvious with my wordings, but you guys know what I mean. Yeah, those were that was the creepypasta that I read. It's like, holy shit, Lavender Town spooky. And then you question if these people are as violent as they look, or if you are going crazy with them and killing them as an insane person yourself. Maybe both. There has to be something in the light room, you know what I mean? There has to be something. Because it's a room that that unlocked the last. Fuck. Oh, I didn't know that. Also, I think this could be a hiding place. Like, you're getting better at playing the game is you getting more and more bloodthirsty. I kinda like that. Like the thing, what do you call that? The plot. I don't hear footsteps. Oh, fuck. Well, this is new territory, so... So... anything here? This is not complete darkness, but it is kind of darkness. Explore the place first. I could technically hide here or inside the locker. Okay, so there's 2 lockers here. I'm pretty sure they'll rush in, right? Like they're rushing B because of how much noise I'm making. Let's hide for now. And then you get further and further, and the enemies get more and more distorted. They go from regular hobos with pipes to strange, atrophied feral people to some kind of zombie that can cling to walls and ceilings then crawl around fast. Damn, the power of brown noise. That's kinda scary. Don't mind me hiding for a little bit. I want to see if this is like sound sensitive. Oh, is there any... the enemy can vault? I'm pretty sure they can. They are like quite humanoid. Yep. I heard footsteps. Is he checking the... oh shit. Don't check this one. Okay, so it's like it will roam around the objectives. Are you here? Are you here? Are you friendly? Is this complete dark? Oh my god, it is complete darkness, so I can hide here actually, I think. But then you question if they only look like that because you're going more and more insane the longer you play. Like, it's like, okay, obviously it causes more visceral terror reaction for the player than hobo, so the game gets scary the longer you play. I wonder if the enemy actually goes in here. I might be playing a mind games with myself, but man. And then I realized the full extent of the horror. If one aspect of the plot is that the normalization of video game violence is normalized in the game's world, but what if video game enemies were also normalized? Plot. I don't hear footsteps. Okay, there's no point of being here then. Did they see me? I don't even see them though. There are actual scary zombies just inhabiting abandoned buildings in their world. That's a real life danger they have contend with. They have to contend with, like watching for alligators in the swamp. But my goddamn mind, I tell you what, that is very impressive, not gonna lie. Why is the music going in? Guess it's better than nothing. I think I'm using too much batteries here. Sorry, I'm just so scared. Gaming. Great, now I have no place to hide. So what's that you say again? Can I check the notes in here?
Farewell, darkness, my old friend.
I cannot check my objectives? Oh, return to security control to unlock the main doors. Okay. Yeah, this guy sucks. Hi again, cheesecake, you bully. Yeah, thank you for the pad. There's so many emotional support here. Man, I was really hyperventilating. I almost stopped breathing for a few seconds, or actually a few minutes there. But after knowing that darkness is my friend, actually, it helps me deal with this game, to be honest. Is that footstep? Oh yeah, actually, do you guys know what? Do you guys know what happened last night? I was playing Osu with coffee. And coffee absolutely destroyed me in Osu, but it was fun as hell. It's been like at least a decade that I last played Osu. It's fun. It's great. I mean, I can outrun him, right? So let me see if he actually gets in here. Oh, is he actually just gone? It makes me so happy I was actually able to help. You did help a lot. But closing doors on enemies is a great way to break the chase. Oh yeah, I forgot. They have to break the door multiple times. I remember that one. They take a few seconds to bash it open, so it gives you time to duck out. True. Especially in the darkness like that, they cannot see anything. So what is this? Oh, this is a broken door with... Once per door? Fair. Is he just gone? The suspense, I cannot handle it. Fuck. What if it's just here? There's a reason this thing is like half broken down, right? Something's gonna happen when I fall through this, right? No? I don't trust you, game. I don't trust you. It's a suspense. Suspense. Wasn't this
Boo.
open? No, not now. I didn't get scared somehow. Okay, we're back up, I guess. So I guess that section teaches me darkness is my friend. Back at this goddamn place again. My worst enemy, fear. Hey, I played more than 2 hours. Shit. I'm surprised. Alright, let's get the security door and play some Counter-Strike. My mind is broken at this point. My shadow scared shit out of me. Doors got broken down. Oh, yikes. What is that?
I'm sorry, my son. I didn't want to have to do this to you. But you can't leave. Not yet. There is so much yet for you to witness.
Ew.
Will you see it? Can you?
Oh.
Our Lord, the Wall Rider, tearing his truth into the unbelievers.
What the fuck?
The only way out of this place is the truth. Accept the gospel, and all doors will open before you.
Nothing did that to them. They just fly around. I forgot about this next segment. No, the worst is yet to come. Can I still play this game? I don't know if I can handle this anymore. Oh shit. Nah, I'm just fucking with you. I'm pretty sure that was honestly the scariest between. Okay, fine. You got me, you got me. I got injected by something. I lose my eyesight. Oh, thanks. My camera is still with me. Notes are only added to your notebook where your camcorder is raised to record events. I think I remember this guy being mildly frustrating. Something about the last room or something. We can know that afterwards, right? The priest, Father Martin, brought me here to show me something. Thinks I'm going to be a witness for whatever bad shit crazy batshit crazy. He's trying to sell me. This Dr. Wernick is at the center of whatever went wrong here. But he died more than 10 years ago. Rest in peace, says the blood on the wall. As crazy as it sounds, I might continue this. Yeah, I actually might. The story got me. I kind of like the story, albeit like it's like crazy batshit insane events happening. The person that is doing this shit to me intrigues me. I think I want to know. And I think that's enough reason for me to keep going with this game. I might be very slow with this game, you have to bear with me, but as scared as I am, I do want to know the ending or like the story of this game a little bit. So I might continue. I will continue this. I will, but not now because I think my heart is gonna stop beating. Or my heart is gonna go to 200 BPM. Like I just drink 2-3 energy drinks. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break for a little bit. Who needs eyes? You just see scary stuff anyway, right? Shit, proud of you. But I was making so many weird noises. You did well, thank you. I'll take it. So let me return the game and just like get out and save and exit. Yes. Whistleblower is the DLC, right? No shame to be scared. True, it is a horror game. I'll take it slow, like how I did with like the other horror games. I think, yeah, this might be the scariest one out of the things that I played. Although, what's brilliant about Outlast is that the atmosphere. There is jump scare, but they earn it. Why? They build up to it. It's not just. It's not like a vision that is rainbow happy sunshine and then suddenly turn black the next second and then just like jump scares you. It doesn't do that. It builds up to the jump scare, and I think those jump scares are not cheap, they are earned. So it's pretty good, not gonna lie. It got me scared shitless. No shame to be scared. It's overcoming that fear is what makes you brave. I'll take it. I think I overcame my first fear, that is in the dark room. Knowing that darkness is my friend, I can actually look at the enemy face to face. Well, not face to face, but I can look at him. He can look at me. That I think that's a big win in my book. Puts Kobo on my lap. Hey yo, what? Yeah. Dragon lap. But why lap though? Can I like ride the dragon? Like sit on the back of the dragon and bring me to fly? Isn't that what dragon's supposed to do? Also, yeah, this is Outlast now. Don't ask. It is Outlast now. Don't ask. Don't ask. God, that made me scared like crazy. Whew. But I think if I want to play Counter-Strike, I have to go 2D. And I think I want to open up music once more. I'm not gonna disable the redeems immediately. Let me just change the titles. I will do that. I'll let you ride this dragon. Yeah, bring me, fly. I like flying. I mean, I cannot fly, but I like flying. Kobo, too scared. Goes pew pew instead. Don't ask me why Counter-Strike, I just sort of am a little addicted to it. Oh wait, is there violent and graphic depictions for Counter-Strike? Nah, it's just guns. Sorry, oh my god, that was so loud. I'm so sorry. Medicina. Also, let me become 2D real quick. And better throw stuff at me where you guys still can. I figured that was the best time for it. Yeah. Oh, I'm there. There's 2 kobolds on the screen. Did anyone mousey know you during the game? No. And I appreciate my chat didn't do that to me. They did make a bunch of noise, like the sound alerts one. But those are not as scary as Malzino because Malzino actually is very loud. I think on the streamer bot settings I can see it. Let's see, actions. Malzino Leguo. It plays on 170%. 170% on my end, so it's like very loud. You guys might hear like normal voice, but yeah, it plays at that amount of volume on my end, so it's like boom. It's very loud. That's why you might feel like, huh? Are you acting? It's like, no, shit's loud. Very loud. Okay, let me open up music real quick. YouTube. I think more Hi-Fi Rush. Yeah, more Hi-Fi Rush, because why not? Let me see if I can find the full Bethesda playlist here. I think there was one mouse, you know. Oh yeah, one by Roxas because he's a bully. Wow, what a cheery music. I'm so happy. Let me do the redeem things real quick. Since I'm gonna become 2D, I'm gonna disable some redeems again. Of course, I still can't be pet, so don't forget to do that. I like it. I like pets. Roxas, your bully? In progress, you're free now. Yeah. For shame, right? For shame. Roxas is bullying the kobold. I have to change the pet hen to the small kobold this time. And the Leboop as well. Leboop here. Oh, I don't have a pumpkin friend on my 2D avatar though. Can I add it here? Space settings. I don't think I can add anything like... Yeah, I don't think I can add it there. But I have an idea. Give me a second. Give me a second. Gonna have that pumpkin friend. Pumpkin friend. It's a image source. So if I were to put this one here, so it uses a lot less resources, I think. Wait, nah, let me do things real. I think it's here. me a second, give me a second. I want to put below. Where did I put the pumpkin friend? Behind, on top of the tail. On top of the tail, okay, that's the pumpkin friend. Pumpkin friend. I didn't draw that, by the way. I just found it on the Google images. I don't even know who drew this. It's like some sort of PNG website that does it. I can relax my brain a little bit. Oh. Okay, Nexus. Have a good lurk. Thanks for all the support. Thanks for all the support throughout the last two. Oh, yikes, my PC is dying. Hi, Malicious Magpie. I think I'm gonna wait. I think that helps a little bit? No? Improve the legibility of players in low contrast situation. Who's playing? Pew pew! But pew pew good. Oh, hi! Leon, but pew pew good. Ooh ooh woo? Ooh woo? Pew pew good! Hi Leon. What's this again? Enabling boost player contrast can degrade graphic performance. Pew pew bad? No, pew pew good. I like it. Oh, none. Global shadow quality? No. Texture detail, shader? Shader detail? No. Ambient occlusion? Disabled? Okay. Performance? Hopefully that helps. Nope, I still get encoding overloaded. For a little bit. Okay, that works. $69? I think 69 works, right? Specify max acceptable matchmaking ping when searching for a game on official matchmaking server. If there are official servers satisfying your ping setting, then official matchmaking will always put you in the match hosted on those servers. If there are not official server near you satisfying your ping settings, then official matchmaking will put you in the match logs. I can put this back to 150. I'm only putting that to maximum because I was playing with Coffee, and Coffee is in UK, so yeah, ping can be a huge issue. Yeah, I think settings wise this is good. Alright, let's go. What do I want to do? Wingman is 2-on-2. I can start a little bit of casual first. Also, Leon, you said pew pew bad, but you weren't here when I was playing Outlast, and I was scared shitless. I was crying. You weren't here to support me. I'm crying, and I'm sad now. I'm sad now. Well, too bad. Okay, lo, too bad, lo. Okay, lo. That's two. That two. I'm playing casual for now. I'll go competitive afterwards. I mean, casual just go in and Negev, right? Just go in Negev and die, probably. At least I like casual. Because, well, casual. Bad. I'm bad. Oh! Oh, right click can change burst fire on the automatic. What is burst fire good for? I'm not playing Outlast, why am I scared? I'm not playing Outlast anymore, what am I doing? See, I don't even need to shoot. Oh my god, there was a lot of people in there. No wonder they back off. Juan Deek. I learned this from coffee. Juan Deek. That sounds like a kid. No. Hi, Smokey. Smokey, I might have missed it, but thank you for the sub yesterday. I saw it, so appreciate it. Also, how you doing? Welcome in. It's still very stinky, I see. Juan Deek? Ooh, ooh. This is not very casual, isn't it? Yeah. PP Jong. Flashbang. Yikes. Oh shit, there's someone behind. That's a bad smoke. Whoa, that's so scary. Where's the bomber? They're going A? B has literally no people then. But they don't know that. They don't need to know that because it's casual. Damn, it's all AK noises. Go plant the bomb, what are you doing? Smoke! Nice. Ooh, my team is really good with AK. You think I should practice AK a little bit, like a rifle, instead of using SMG all the time? Uh-oh, did I disconnect? Did I disconnect? Oh, yikes. What's happening? Uh-oh. Nope, my game's huh? Oh, what? Uh-oh. What the hell? Why do I have trying to ping all of a sudden? I couldn't move. Server problem? Question mark? Doesn't look like a server problem. I don't know what's going on. I think people are also suffering from this. Someone at least. I left the buy zone. What is this? I cannot play like this. Oh dude, let's exit to main menu and go and come back again. I mean, I did not change much. Yeah, it's back to 150 because it used to be 150. Let's do it again. I don't know what happened. Let's do it again. I actually kind of want to learn a little bit of AK handling. Kinda. I want to. I got grounded. No! You cannot just ground the kobold. Bad. Good. Alright, good it is. There it is. 18 ping, 21. Look at that. That's good. CNET definitely got problem. Okay, so it's not just me. Something happened. Everyone just experiences it. Everyone just got the big lag energy. A lot of people seem to be suffering from it. Thank you. Ooh. I was in a bad place. Oh wait, oh it's 2-on-2. It's casual. I should use like hard guns and see if I can handle them, like a training, if you will.
Coming from Tibet.
Sounds very Singaporean. Coming from what? Oh, 轉之後醫得嚟。哦， shit shit. Nice. We take those.
Good job.
My ping so high. This is so Malaysian. My ping so high or Singaporean. Alright, let's play some hard guns. Toggling the sensor is disabled, enabling in the settings. Oh shit, that's a thing. Deploying decoy. So they say 3 tap, 1 tap on this gun? Shit. Look at the look at this crosshair, it's insane. Ooh. I didn't even shoot them once. Oh nice. Oh not nice. Oh nice. I think I should try FAMAS first. FAMAS seems like a very manageable gun. Yeah, let's try it. This is training, right? This is my training arc on. Someone has the GIF. Whoa, shit. Why can't I just camp? I mean, I can just camp, right? I'm the police. I'm the police. I can just camp. Oh, ooh, ooh. Damn, this guy's good.
Last time, come on, come on.
Oh. Ooh. This guy's good. This is pro gameplay right here. They have like 55 seconds.
Fucking like you.
Nice. Damn, good stuff. Hell yeah. Yeah, I don't need to go in. How many bullets this one has? 20. Yeah, let's not do that. It's very dangerous to go into a smoke. Oh. Wait, what's happening at the door? What? Oh. Oh, they are smoked.
Last tunnel, last tunnel.
I'm still trying to like catch my breath from the Outlast session. So I will speak a little bit less. I'm gonna recoup a little bit. I'll recoup a little bit right now because that was a very intense session of Outlast. This guy's just camping. These guys are just camping, actually. Oh, I know this gun. You have to hold the button to shoot it. It's so weird. Also, can I change my crosshair? I want my crosshair to look cool. HUD. Game. Crosshair. People are just in the give. Wow, shit. That's kinda hard. It's kinda hard to use the gun a little bit. Whoa. Whoa. Is it just me or do they know everyone's there? Like, they know every single position of the CT? I might just be overthinking things. They could be like the hotspot. Oh wow! Oh, you don't need to duck. You can just shoot. Okay, I learned something, I guess. Oh, element of surprise. Oh, element of surprise. Good shit. Oh, it's this guy again. I didn't even do anything. Oh yeah, crosshair. Crosshair style? Static? Legacy.
He has the default.
Classic static. Always on, full recoil.
Oh, he doesn't.
Center dot? Yeah. What is length? Oh, we won. The moral support. This is what the Kobold does. I bring moral support. Yeah, I bring moral support. Kobold gives moral support. Is it weird that I'm suddenly enjoying Counter-Strike? It's weird. What can I say? I want to practice AK. You know, let's practice some AK. AK is hard as fuck. Oh, it's not moving in. Shit. But it feels weird, no? It feels just to not move. Huh? Can you not move a little bit? Classic static legacy? Blue plus red is purple. Yes. I want a little bit more pinkish. Less alpha? I think length a little bit long. I like it. Center dot, yes. Follow recoil on. T style? Oh, that's T style. Nah. I like to have like a crosshair. Short range crosshair. Never. Deploy weapon gap. Smoky, stinky. Thickness. I want it to be a little thick. I like my crosshair to be a little thick. Retreat. Smoky, so stinky. Oh, I didn't even see them. Oh. Oh, that's pretty good. Cross, I think that's good enough for now. Yeah, I like it, I like it. Where's the bomb? Where am I going? Why am I here? Ah. No. Oh yeah. That was good AK gameplay, I think. Yeah, I think that helps with the reticle like that. Yeah, let's play some AK goodness. Why not? I kind of like that. I kind of like that. Down detector says Singtel is having issues. Well, I'm not from Singtel, but apparently there's issues even from Malaysia. Oh, shit. This sniper is different.
Get big as fuck.
Wait, that's my AK. I mean, it's 1v5. Actually, guys, what is ADR? Oh, you're gonna die from behind, from behind. Ooh, ooh, you know that? Ooh, just right. Yeah, I'm here to practice AK, so why not? Which is why I'm playing I'm playing casual. Trying to get the feel of how AK works. Most important thing when using AK is to not panic, I think. I panicked. I panicked still. Oh, nice flashbang. Oh. Ooh, our team is getting destroyed. Oh, that's nice. Ooh. PPP John. PPP John's pretty good. Oh god. No, I'm bid. Uh-oh. Nice bomb. One thing I figured out about Negev is that Negev walks so slow that I have to use handgun when moving, because using knife is just death at that point. So I figured if I use Negev, I have to buy dual Beretta as well. Yeah, see, like that. If you just bring out the knife for movement and then changing back to Negev, it's too slow. Yeah, let's try it. Oh wow, that's really good. I wonder what ADR is. 3 ADR? 126 ADR? 24? What? That's a huge difference. 83 3? I don't know what ADR is. Action Dick Reload? What? I have a bomb. Maybe I should stick with submachine guns. Oh. 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 Or do I dare try sniper? You know, this is casual. I'm willing to give anything a try. Who knows? Maybe I'm the hidden sniper talent. I might have. You never know. Yeah, I think the crosshair I feel pretty good. Classic static. There's nothing There's nothing different between classic static and legacy. What the hell? Oh. Oh, this guy's good. Ta 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 ta. Yeah, that's fast enough. Oh, oh. Wow. I don't know about sniper, I'm a little scared. What would be a good sniper spot? There's someone just in the gap there. How do you sniper? How do you sniper? How do you sniper? How do you sniper? Yeah, let's not use sniper anymore. Bro, never use sniper again. See, this is why we go casual, because, you know, just try out the guns you want to try. With no consequence. Well, other than a little bit of embarrassment, but it's all good. What is a game without embarrassment? Am I right? Oh. Yeah, please remind me to never use sniper again. Sniper is too good. Alright, if I use sniper, it'll be broken. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh. One on three. Oh. The assistant. The carry highest ADR. I still don't know what ADR is. But that sniper play was absolutely amazing though. I shot 4 times. We were both reloading on the spot, and I don't know how to shoot them with a sniper. See, the sniper is one-shot kill, but then again, you gotta shoot the thing to let it be a one-shot kill. You know what I mean? It's great. Here, let's play some sniper again. Why not? Here, this is my sniper skills. Look at this. Actually, let me check one thing. I shoot once, it goes back. How about this? Oh, I think that's why they changed things like that. Because one thing is that if I do this and then it's just like, yeah, it goes back to this one, but I don't want it. So people do this? I guess? Yeah, I guess that's why, right? Yeah, never use sniper again. Only use sniper during warm-up, how about that? Only use sniper during warm-up, I think that's a good idea. Oh, oops. Oh, wow. I guess enjoying this absolute terrible gameplay. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, they are good. Okay, first row of AK, don't panic. Alright, just use AK. I'm doing practice anyway. I killed someone! I killed someone with AK! I held my breath, I didn't panic too much. Ooh. 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 Ooh, nice. That was actually kinda funny. For whatever reason. Ooh.
Oh god.
Nice! This is like a pretty good gun as well, this one. Here, let's... Alright, just use AK. If I have no money, eco. Don't buy anything, alright? That's our plan, that's our plan. I'm not playing a horror game anymore. Oh shit. Nah, it's so hard. AK is too hard. Ooh. What does those mean? BTMT? Yeah, I can buy AK still. Ooh, Negev. 7 even 11 fin. Ooh, wow, you're surviving. This guy's a survivor. Oh, wow. Where? I don't even know where he got shot. Oh, oops, sorry, didn't need to press that. I cannot buy AK, eco. Eco. I cannot buy AK, eco. If I'm going eco, I should probably go B. See if I can, like... Where'd he go? Where'd he go? I got one hidden! Why do we have CC? What's this? A closed caption, you mean? Rush B, da. I mean, if you want. I mean, sometimes when there's some people who have hard of hearing, having CC would help. Interesting spook. I don't know how I feel about that smoke. Oh shit. One shot, damn, they're too good. I like this. I like that someone else is using negative. It's amazing. Look, negative is great. Okay. Like, after this one, let's go play some competitive because why not? Oh, yikes. Oh, yikes. Everything is everywhere. They are really good with fire, don't they? Holy shit. How many fire are there? I literally got burned to death.
Push, don't wait.
Nice. I think I have 0 kills, right? Wait, I have 1 kill. I'll take it. Oh, nice. Oh. What's the way? Rotating? Damn. Ooh, nice. I like being carried. I like being carried.
One more.
Oh. Honestly, sure I expect that. I'm playing casual. Negative. I like it. Negative's good.
Come, fast. Hold, come.
Nice. Ooh.
Go, let them. Tunnel 1. Tunnel.
Run and gun with AK. I like it.
There.
Counter stroke. Yeah, it's the game that destroys your PC. Hi, Coffee. Coffee, I'm practicing AK. Look at my AK gameplay. I got 1 kill. Look at that. I got 1 kill on casual. I'm so happy. Oh, he kills all BS. Right, my bad, my bad. I don't know where to go, honestly, sometimes, because everywhere is riddled with sniper. It's almost like anywhere I go, it's death. I'm gonna go sneaky beaky to their ass. Oh, I didn't even see them. I didn't even see them. I miss my Negev. I miss Nikki. I think they blame him way too much in this version. They kinda do, right? They kinda do. I'm not getting the bomb. I don't wanna get the boom. Someone's gonna come in, right? Spook? Spook? Why are we smoking now? You think there's gonna be sniper here? Yeah. I think even when they're ducking, we can kind of see their head, no? Like in this spot at least. Oh. Oh.
Door.
Oh. I'm gonna play competitive. It feels like competitive is more slow, and then casual just way too many snipers. But then I'm gonna practice AK, but I'm afraid of using AK in competitive because I cannot aim. It's almost like I shoot AK once. I shoot AK once, I'm looking at the sky. Yeah, it's twice as many people, and the income is like not an issue for everyone to just buy AK, to buy OP. AWP, right? AWP. You call it OP? OP, OP, OP. Yeah, OP. We wingman? You wanna try wingman? Let's hope this time we don't get fake bans. We won't get banned, I promise. Okay, okay. Give me a second. You might have to hard carry me though, because I got scared by Outlast way too much and I don't have the reaction anymore. Like I literally got scared by Outlast way too much. I was hyperventilating a lot. Oh. It's okay, I finally got a rank. You're silver 1. Oh, we win easy now? Let's go. Okay, what's my rank? I'm the moral support. See, I'm your moral support, Coffee, and look at that, I have a pumpkin friend behind me. It's looking at your soul. Don't worry about it. Oh yeah, give me a second. It's too dark. I'm gonna open up the light. Okay, I'm back. Why is the gun noises still? I'm not playing anymore, right? Why is there gun noises? What? Where's the gun noises? It shows you're still in the room. What? I left. Stupid Counter-Strike. Sorry, Counter-Strike is the best game ever. I cannot say that. I cannot get back banned. Oh yeah, also, let me get the... Hey.
My god, why was my face so big for a moment?
Was it? I didn't see it. I missed it.
I was using my profile picture and it put my massive schnoz over your screen.
I mean, I'll... Massive schnorr sounds good though. Here, let me barge into your room.
No, let me barge into your room.
No, you're too late. You're too slow. You're too slow. You're too slow. Cobalt fast. Cobalt fast.
Wait, you don't have a rank?
Yeah, I don't. What makes you think I have a rank?
Well, it's okay. As soon as you get one victory, which is immediately, of course,
Alright.
you'll get a rank.
Also, I think I should change the settings here a little bit. There's one setting that I need to change. The ping settings, I have to bunk it up because it's on my end.
Yeah. Oh yeah, true.
It is now 350. We should be able to find a match soon, hopefully, maybe.
I apparently have good ping, like, everywhere.
That's...
Like,
How?
under 100.
How?
My highest ping is Atlanta, US, which is 90.
How about to Malaysia?
That's not on here.
But I'm going to your server. At least closest to yours, I think. Question mark? I don't know how this works.
If that's the case, you'll be landing in the Netherlands.
I'm in Netherlands.
Yeah, you're in the Netherlands now.
Is there a Netherlands language?
Netherian.
That sounds made up.
No,
It's
no,
not. Okay.
it's not. It's Netherian.
Okay, it's Netherlands. Okay, I trust you. I trust you. Okay, I'm very curious about my ping. Oh, I think I have 45 ping. You have 100 ping. Where are we?
I'll teach you how to use AK.
Oh, okay.
Oh, never mind. The warm-up's ending.
I'm shooting.
It's really simple. You don't hold down the button with AK unless you know what you're doing.
I have no idea what I'm
But-
doing.
When you play AK and you don't know what you're doing, you only do like a burst of 2 to 3, or you do single taps.
Okay. Single tap. Single tap. How does this map work?
Remember, team damage is on. There's two paths. We can go this way, which is monster, up here, which we're gonna do. We're just gonna rush because pistol round, and they're not expecting it. Okay,
They're expecting it. Oh, they're expecting it.
And the other way is called short,
Oh,
even though it's longer.
I have the bomb.
Good job. We're not gonna buy anything,
Yeah.
except I will buy
Armor.
a Desert Eagle and win.
I'm gonna buy armor.
Okay, that balances it out.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm gonna do a 1D from here.
All right. I'm going short. This is short, right?
Yep.
Okay, I'm going short.
Good job. Good job.
Yeah,
This is
yeah, yeah,
smart.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I got this. I got this. I got this. There's only one bomb site.
Careful, careful. Check your angles.
What's angle? Ah! At the right. Uh-oh. I'm gonna bring down your rank.
From silver 1, you can't. It's literally impossible.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's the lowest rank.
Okay, good, good. Let's go. I'm happy. I got
Okay,
PPP Jong.
here, what? Let me show you the flash.
Okay,
We're gonna rush monster, and I'm gonna show you the flash.
okay. They're burning. It hurts.
On site. Yeah, don't run through the fire. There was a way around it that you didn't have to run through.
I was jumping through it.
Oh no, don't jump through it. That makes it even slower.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, I'm gonna scout and we're just gonna dink them.
Okay, let me try A.
Trust me.
Okay, one
Uh-oh.
one single. No, trust me, trust me. Single tap, right? Single taps.
Yeah, little bursts. Oh, lag. Oh, that was weird.
I'm going short again because I can.
You're not gonna go in without me, right?
Probably not. I mean, you're still there, right? This
Okay,
is
he is like doing all of his utility on monster. Just yeah, I mean,
the smoke
you got
here.
this. You got this.
I got this. I one tapping. I don't know if I shot them or not.
What the heck? Oh, this game is so buggy. It was holding down like my movement keys when I wasn't.
Maybe when you got flash, they actually bug
Oh,
your
he's
keyboard.
coming up short. He's coming up short.
How do you know?
I heard him. I lagged again. What is this? Why is this game so stuttery?
You're gonna love it. I mean, maybe they're compiling shaders.
Like while I'm playing, I'd appreciate if they didn't. Nova Rush. That's how we play.
Alright, just show me the Nova
Wait, no.
Rush.
It's okay. Let me show you the Nova Rush.
Yeah.
They're gonna try flashing. We're just gonna rush.
Oh, Nova is a gun.
Hold on.
Are we rushing?
He's at barrels.
Someone's at top.
He smoked me. Yeah, one's on site, one's at barrels, but they probably moved by now. The Nova is like one shot headshot kind of thing,
Oh,
but like short range-ish.
but it's impossible to get short range when they're like ducking from above somewhere.
Is this ready?
Yeah. You got this.
Ah!
At the right side.
What the heck? I forgot to check that side.
So scary. It's a horror game.
Hold on, I've got some money now.
I
SG is very good.
don't know what to buy.
Trust me, I know the I know the strats now.
I got another shotgun. I got shotgun.
Okay, we can't go in the toilets.
Oh. Wait, we used
They're
to be
both
able to...
at monster. They're both at monster.
Oh, we killed
Gotta
someone.
reload.
Wow.
He's not there. I was just pre-firing.
Yeah. What if I check this one?
Yeah, you go there, and I'll wait a bit, and then I'll push monster.
Not seeing anyone here. They might be just camping.
Oh, he's on your left side. Yep.
That gun is good.
An org. Org is good.
Oh, AUG. Oh,
hmm
I don't have it.
Here, watch this.
Is
You
it
ain't
this
ready.
one? Yeah, I'm not ready,
Double
but it's okay.
flash, double flash monster, mega rush deagle.
Okay,
It's a called. It's a strat that I made. Works like 95% of the time.
so it's like a new...
Ready? Flash 1,
Uh-huh.
flash 2.
Flash 2. Alright, going in. Wait for
Run! Go!
the... Going in!
Okay. So close.
Yeah. We almost killed them. What if I just go in Rambo style with Door Barana?
Oh, that's a good idea. And I'll win with AK.
Yeah, let me. I'm gonna rush in
See.
with Door Barana.
What confuses me is that this is apparently silver 1.
Yeah,
I don't believe it.
me too. I got destroyed.
If we grenade there and flashbang and everything, they'll think we're going monster, when in reality... You've got a great idea. Get up here. Get up here.
Oh.
Okay, get up here and crouch here. Okay?
Okay, I'm crouching.
Okay, now...
Uh-huh.
Now...
Uh-huh.
Why can I not get on top of you?
Oh.
Oh, stand up.
Okay.
No, he saw me
Oh,
already.
okay, I'm
Dude,
ducking,
it's so
ducking.
laggy. Your shitty Malaysian internet made me like glitch around.
I know. Malaysian internet sucks. I said this 200 times. I can't even play fighting games with this.
Okay, look, they're not gonna expect a wide swing.
Yeah. They don't know about this. We're just having fun at this point. I'm going in! Yep.
You get your adrenaline rush and then you rush.
Yeah.
That's what happens.
Oh,
he's behind me. He's behind me.
Oh, you... Oh. Well, you're a wizard. How do you know?
I heard them.
Oh. How do you... Huh? I killed Zero. Oh my god.
What, are you like playing on like your speakers, like you can't hear a spatial sound?
No, I have Hi-Fi Rush on.
Oh, you're listening to music while playing a competitive game. That explains a lot.
Yeah. I mean, it's fun, no?
I mean, sure, you know, whatever.
I
guess.
It's okay. It's okay. I got this. This is the bomb site? Question mark? Oh. Don't worry. I'm going.
They might be going short though. Oh, they're not.
Oh, wow. They're so good at shooting. A Pepsi man is so good. Pepsi man.
I'm just very confused as to how this is silver 1.
Oh, your headshot percentage is 100%.
Like, I'm not that bad, right?
No. Clearly, I'm the bad one here. I'm not even gonna hide, clearly.
I only got 2 kills.
I got... Gosong. I got 0 kills.
Wait, I've got the high ping. I'm the one with the bad ping.
But I also have like 84.
Yeah, but I've got 120.
So are we like in the... Is the server like in the middle of us?
It's okay. If we just keep playing Overpass, then we learn the angles, we learn the timings, we win.
Well, what's angle? I mean, I know what angle is, but what defines angle in this game?
Well, when you're playing an angle, it just means that you're holding a position such that if the enemy was to come through, you would see them before they would see you.
Oh.
So, if you're close to a corner and you swing out, then you're holding a bad angle, because close to the corner, they can see you before you can see them.
So...
But if you're far away from the angle you're holding, far away from the corner, then you have the advantage.
Wow, that's very strategic. Might be a little too much for my cobalt brain. But I got this.
Stand far away, win. Stand close, lose.
But what if PP90?
It doesn't change. Like, it doesn't matter what gun you use. If you're further from the angle, then you see them before they see you.
Okay, I need to find the angles then. Also, I saw you play Counter-Strike last night. Oh, my night. After we play Osu.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And then it crashed my stream.
Yeah, multiple times, but
Yeah.
I saw some skills there. I like it.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Still silver 1.
But a good silver one.
Yeah, but Levine is so much better than me that they just fuck around and they still get better score.
I saw that. At one point, he's just cutting the spray can. It's like, oh, hey, look, that's how you play the game. Oh my god.
He goes in yeedling and then fucking gets 2 headshots.
That is just pure skills right there. I don't even know how to say it.
Look, M4A4 is the AK of the CTs, alright? Look, you ready? Here's how you play. See how they're all hitting exactly where my aim is? On the wall? Yeah, see?
Oh.
Like, if you tap, then it, like, goes perfect. But if you hold, then it's gonna, like, go all over the place.
Oh. Oh. But single tapping feels like a bit slow, no?
Well, if you do burst, just drag your mouse down a tiny bit as you shoot, and then it like keeps it in line.
Oh my god, that's so hard. I can try. So burst of 3, 2, 3.
I don't know. Shrug.
Shrug. It's okay, I got this.
I'm gonna turn my sensitivity up a bit.
I'm gonna use eco. I'm not buying anything. I'm going in Nikki.
You're going eco on the first round?
Yeah, Nick.
Isn't that what you're supposed to do?
What? Why are you supposed to buy armor or defuse kit?
One shot.
Nope.
Dead. I seem to be really good at shooting next to their heads and never on their heads.
I don't know if I shot them, but I was. Oh, I'm 210 ping. You have 7 ping. You got this. I trust you.
Watch this.
I trust.
Go and crouch here.
Okay. Am I doing it right?
Stand.
Sam,
I
I'm
got him
standing.
once. Okay, we go.
Okay. I got shot by something.
He knew I was gonna be there, which is a little bit confusing. I'm holding monster. Are you short? You're holding short.
Yeah, I'm looking. Although I have handgun. They have to come in, right?
Hold on, I'm gonna swing monster. Wait, what was that?
Oh.
Are they behind sandbags?
Oh yeah, they are.
They're behind sandbags.
Oh. Oh my
What gun
god.
did you have? Yo, brother, I got your dualies. Oh wait, I don't want that.
It's okay.
Here's your dualies back.
I want it. Yay. You can take guns. Okay, let me try the M4A1 thing gun.
That was weird though. I don't know how they knew that we were gonna boost that. That's a very uncommon boost, especially in Silver 1.
Maybe they are like gold 1 to silver 1. They dropped.
Okay, no monster rush, so maybe short. Nope, they are monster.
Monster?
Except I was frozen because this game is very good.
Ow.
I don't know why I keep freezing every time I scope in. It like freezes my game for half a second and then I get my action back.
Is it like your enable waiting VSync thing? That thing?
No, that wouldn't be it. I got Org. We're gonna win now.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna go barrels though because they always expect barrels.
I got Famas.
Okay.
They have
He had an AWP.
Oh,
How did
God.
he have an AWP this early?
I mean, they keep shooting us. Oh, me actually. Oh, yep. Oh, I should just wait there.
Now, I'm not saying that they've got wall hacks, but how did he know we were boosting, and how did he know you were going to swing exactly when you swung?
That is a little sus, to be honest. Just a little sus, since I don't know much about the game, but still.
And how did he know I was going to rush monster?
They are sidekicks.
And now they've got an AWP, and we are dead. Like, okay, hold on. Why would anyone hold this angle, right? If he comes out, swings, and kills me immediately... Yeah, okay. No one holds that angle.
So...
I think they're cheating.
A little bit, right? Like, I don't want to say anything, but it is kind of...
No. I want to say something. You may not want to, but I'm pretty sure. Like, okay, we haven't gone short at all, so let's go short.
Yeah, okay.
Hold.
Alright, no sound, no sound. Oh, nice.
He dropped his AWP.
Oh, I can use your gun.
He's probably going monster.
I'm gonna look short still. No, short. Oh, hey, that's my gun. Why do I feel like 2v2 is kinda hard, though?
Because you are half of the effort.
True. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Neo deck what? Hi.
I'm kind of crazy.
You're so good.
Yeah, AWP is hard though.
I can try it. I have the money.
Wait, 2 AWPs? We are gonna win.
Okay, let me try it.
I'm gonna hold upper. You don't need to go this way.
I never tried sniper before, so fair warning, I'm probably gonna miss 10,000 times.
Wait, where are you holding?
I'm downstairs.
Yeah, obviously. Okay, they're either short or monster, but like the problem is, they sometimes split up, and I need I don't know where
I
you
got
are.
shot somewhere. They
Okay,
know.
one's monster.
They know where I am. They're shooting through the walls.
Yeah.
Oh. I cannot snipe. Someone was coming out from the monster.
Bomb is here, so I can just watch here.
And I think someone shot me through the wall from short.
Hey, hello. Remember
people
to
are
open
behind
up
me.
the subtitle, Thank you.
What?
Right? They know where you are.
I don't know how to flash this.
It's okay, I have no idea.
Uh,
Oh. They also have Oh, that works.
no!
The gun!
It's okay, I'm really bad with AWP anyway.
I
I
shot
did not mean to get decoy. Why does the decoy look just like the fucking flashbang?
decoy. I didn't buy bombs. What's the angle for short?
Where I am.
That one? Okay.
It's also exposed to monster though.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Yikes.
It's weird. This is so strange. Sometimes they know exactly where you are and pre-fire, and then they just sometimes don't know. Maybe one of them's cheating, but the other one isn't.
Yeah, I feel like one of them is. Like, I'm standing in the most unusual place. They know exactly where to shoot.
Yeah, and with an AWP too, which takes time to line up. That doesn't make sense.
It's kind of scary. I'm behind you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a numbers, right? It's a numbers. Am I shooting them or not? What?
You are, you're just shooting like their dick, which does no damage.
Oh. Maybe it's the ping. I was trying to aim at the head. Wait for a little bit.
I don't think that matters in this game. Hey, behind you. You have audio on? Like, come on.
Oh!
Yo.
I'm cracked. I'm dragged
you are,
still.
you're insane. Also, you could really audibly hear that other person as well, but I don't know, I think maybe you should either turn up your game or turn down your music if you want to hear them.
Yeah, let me turn out the game a little bit. Match the volume 100%? Okay.
I'm not gonna buy.
Yeah.
Seeker.
Ayo, no Outlast? I cannot lah. Mati sudah if I still keep playing Outlast.
That was a weird angle to hold. Why do they always hold the best angles?
Maybe I should just PP buys on this. I have a flashbang.
I'm gonna expect them to hold the exact same angle.
So do I throw flash then?
Wait, hold on. No. If he was holding that angle. Oh, yeah, he came out. I baited it.
Nice.
Yeah, you go that way.
Yeah,
Good luck. I go this way.
Yeah.
That gun, you barely need to reload it. It has tons of mag.
Yeah, 64, I got this. They outlasted you? They totally did.
Heaven. I got it.
Whoa, you're so cracked. You're so cracked.
That area up there is called Heaven.
Heaven?
Yeah.
I have 2 flashbangs.
I'm gonna molly monster and we're gonna go short.
Okay. Do I fake flash them at monster once?
He's flat. Oh, I guess he tried to molly.
Yeah, I have another one.
Okay. Dude, he swung out and immediately shot. What the heck?
I don't know if I'm shooting them or not. Weird.
I don't know if you are. I'm Coffee. Hello.
Who's this chocolate Dirk? Yeah, coffee. Who thinks that chocolate orange is not good?
Ugh, disgusting.
It's not bad.
Okay. I don't know what to do. If we have one cheater on the enemy team, then it's like impossible.
Kinda. Because they just know where we are. I'm flashing short.
That boy's a cheater. He's a brown killer.
Oh.
Told ya. He's either cheating or smurfing, but I'm pretty sure that they were shooting way too quick to be smurfing.
Considering that their ping is higher than yours, yeah. I mean, don't say me lah, because I have like 210 ping. Their ping is like 50. Not the best.
I don't think the ping matters really.
It matters a little bit, I guess. The clickbait. You look more chocolate than coffee. Aren't they sort of the same-ish color?
You can't move in CS? What does that mean?
I think he means that you have to stand still to shoot.
Well, sometimes. You can kind of get away with it in a lot of cases.
Like
But,
PP Bison.
well, no, you can't get away with it with a full automatic that you have to spray down. Any spray in this game, you want to be standing still and have good spray control, but like, yeah, don't hold down the trigger. It's just like how you play this game if you can't hold spray control.
How about Negev?
Well, yeah, if you're using Negev, it's opposite. Always hold down the trigger.
I like that. Which is why I love Negev. Too much Overwatch
Hi,
flying and
Fugo.
jumping. Oh, it's Fugo. How are you doing? I'm still recovering from Outlast. I was legit hyperventilating.
Look, for anyone in the chat, seeing me Silver 1 and thinking, why is this guy giving CS advice? I'm pretty sure that I have a bad trust factor in CS because of like my timeout stuff that happened the other day,
Yeah.
and that being the first experience coming back. So they basically forcibly disconnected me because my system time was out, which is like, why? What? And then they cool me down, they put me in a cooldown, and then every time I come back, it's like I'm going against people who are supposedly also Silver 1, except I cannot beat them for the life of me.
I got raided. Oh my god, it's numbers, bubble.
Yeah, I mean, why do they all have numbers, by the way? What is it with these people who have numbers as names and also being the ones that insta-dink in Silver 1?
I don't know. Maybe they don't want to do names. Here, let me do things real quick. Hello. Oh my god, it's numbers. Oh, thank you, Roxas. It's a Shiniku. How is Neo? How be this cobbled tonight? I'm doing pretty okay. Playing CSGO after Outlast? Yeah, good idea. He was having fun with Outlast. Some skill issues? Yeah, it's only fair. It's hard. It's a hard game. Ooh, they're both as short.
See, Roxana has normal shooting. I've got my eyes on 76. He's also a number. And
Yeah.
I don't trust numbers after that previous game.
Yeah, numbers are scary.
Like, what is this? Your 76th bought account? Yeah, alright, buddy.
How's the Counter-Striking going? I'm
I don't
learning.
know why they would buy a Silver 1.
Okay, if this is short angle or I'm not scary. No, I'm not saying you're scary, numbers. It's because you were not using your headset, I swear.
They must be short.
Yep. Oh wow.
See what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
What is it with those numbers and getting headshots?
and this server is from India, Mumbai. India, Mumbai is like a lot of scam call centers are from there. Just saying.
Monster. It's gotta be Monster. They've gone short every time. That's what they want me to think. It's short. It's gotta be.
It's gonna be short. I'm thinking about it. I've been going back into CS after the update. Ooh. I mean, at least the
I just wish that they would give me a good trust. I've never wronged this game, but they've given me terrible trust.
Oh, yikes. I just looked at the flashbang. Oh, you're cracked.
Yeah. Turns out I actually just toggled. That must be it. Oh, AK. Aww.
Is AK good?
Yeah, AK's good.
I want FAMAS.
No, you take this. I take this.
Okay. I need a good shooter. I don't know what shooter is good. Does Gunfire Reborn count?
I hate that game.
But why? It's good.
I didn't mean to shoot. Oh god, I accidentally rested on my... They're not Monster. I'm going up behind them. They won't expect it.
Okay.
Why are they in their spawn?
Are they just...
He was AFK. He must have been AFK. The bomb's here.
Yeah, no one in
Oh,
short.
the other one's here. The other one's here. He's in spawn.
Did they just buy all or something?
Oh, no! I switched to utility as soon as he popped around. 76 knows, dude.
Oh.
He knows.
You know,
He
76
knows
knows.
everything.
When you change to something, it just... Oh!
As soon as I switch to utility, he pokes out. Like, the second it happens. I'm telling you, these numbers people are all cheaters.
It's scary.
It's not fair. Valve, I didn't mean to have my system time out of sync.
Hit the cobalt. Yeah. Uh-oh, I'm coming. Oh, God. Good luck, pets. I'll take it.
Does anyone know how to fix your trust factor in Counter-Strike? Please tell me. I don't want to play against cheaters anymore.
Let's show them who we are.
I can use pistol. I have no money.
So okay, I carry.
Yeah.
They're going monster.
Yeah, I heard that. Oh my god. Oh. The P90 was good though. I don't even know.
Trust factor is basically if you do bad things, your trust goes down and they put you against other people with low trust. And bad things typically mean getting reported, getting timed out, not having your phone linked to your account, that kind of stuff.
Oh, wow. I didn't even know. Yikes.
And it's extremely mean. Because as soon as you get one bad trust, you get compounded bad trust.
They know
Okay,
exactly
I'm not
where I
gonna-
am.
He's got AK, he's got AK. I'm gonna be careful.
Oh,
I did not expect to get that.
that was
What do you
good.
have? Do you have anything? No. I didn't get any good stuff.
I'm gonna try out Fames.
Move it, son.
I'm gonna try out. Your ass.
Your ass, ayo. Not on stream.
Oh, 76 with the headshot.
It's normal.
Yeah, it's really annoying. It basically just means that like they've stopped getting, they've stopped immediately banning people that cheat, and now they just let them roam,
Right.
and it's really bad because I get to go against them even though I have done nothing bad against this game.
We've done nothing bad against this game.
Move it, move it.
I like to think I don't play like a silver one.
Honestly, you are playing like a silver one.
What?
You are.
What do you mean?
Like, you're so good. Aren't you?
No, silver one is bad. It's the worst rank.
What about me?
You're not even ranked.
Yeah.
You haven't got a rank yet because you haven't won a game.
Oh, yeah, that says a lot about me then.
Oh no, it just means that like it's hard to win against cheaters.
True. I'm going in. Oh. I'm behind sandbag. Someone's like holding angle. Wow.
Oh my god, I can't see them. They blend in so much.
They blend. It's like camouflage. Camouflage without camo paint.
I wish they would fix that. That's really bad, not being able to see.
Just gonna buy armor. I think I read something about that. It was about the time I stopped playing CSGO. Scary how they don't fix the fix the cheaters and everything. I'm
Yeah, they
going...
made the game free as well, so it's like riddled now. And so like you just need to make a Steam account and you get access.
Yeah, oh shit.
Hello 76, back at it again.
One... Is that double deek?
Anyone that knows this game knows that no silver one can 1D twice in a row.
I cannot 1D for the life of me.
Silver one gameplay is people shooting at walls.
Sounds like me.
That was a terrible flash.
All good. Yikes. I AK'd, ow. I AK'd.
Look at that. 76 putting easy. He's silver 1.
Yeah.
He's silver 1. What the heck?
Easy. I'm the clickbait still. Oh, you're not pufferfish anymore.
Yeah, I don't have to be.
True.
I don't know how to fix it. How do I fix trust?
I don't know if trust factor is shown anywhere.
No, they don't show you because they don't want you to know. Like they hide how you get trust and stuff. They don't tell you the exact percentage of things and stuff like that.
That's nasty.
The only thing you're allowed to know is that you're probably going against cheated idiot.
I mean, if the third time it's on numbers, then yeah, we can safely say that our trust factor is very low. Even though we did nothing wrong.
Yeah. I think that just playing and like not getting disconnected and stuff like that will slowly make it so that the trust gets better and better and better.
Hopefully. We just have to endure this shit.
Yeah. But not doing anything wrong, not getting reported, that kind of thing. Like it's.
We could report them.
I don't know, because false reporting also gets bad trust.
Okay,
as
let's
far as I
not do
remember.
that.
Yeah, just don't report.
Yeah, play
It's
safe.
basically-
Play it safe.
Like unless it's super duper obvious.
Gonna head to back life wingman rounds. Heck yeah. Have good sleep. Thanks for the raid.
Good night. As long as we don't expect to win, that's how we have fun.
I mean, that's how I had fun for most times. Like, when I'm playing Osu, just breaks my hands.
Because expecting to win against Silver 1 cheaty boys, impossible.
Impossible, right?
Like, I have single-handedly dragged Levine down like 5 ranks at this point. They are Silver 4, and they did not start at Silver 4, I promise you that.
They're both connecting. Oh, thanks for the boop and headpats. Le boop. Okay, 201 ping. I got this, I think.
Yeah. You're gonna go crazy. You're
Yeah.
gonna win.
I can look 5 seconds ahead of my time. That's how pings work. That's how ping works, right?
Yeah.
Are we rushing in, or are we going sneaky beaky like?
Sneaky beaky like.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
I know what that means. Bye bye.
Move it, son.
I want your gun. Oh, ow. I fell.
Big short.
Probably. Yeah, I'm not seeing monster.
Could mean they're baiting us though.
Look at monster. Nothing at monster.
Oh, one shot.
Oh, wow. Bombs at short. Is smoke?
That was a terrible. He's behind sandbags.
Wow, you're cracked.
I'm crazy.
You're
I'm
crazy. I got a decoy grenade.
I'm gonna MP5 because it's the best weapon in the game.
MP5? Ooh.
No, it's the worst weapon in the game. It's known as the worst weapon in the game.
Why? But I like it though.
I don't know. It just is. Let's do this, and then let's do this. It probably didn't work.
I have a
They
decoy.
decoyed at the back of monster.
Oh, I decoyed at short.
Hold on, I'm gonna flash short and rush. There, monster.
Oh,
Wow, this is a terrible gun. Grab his gun.
I got it.
Galil.
Lil.
I'm gonna hide. I'm gonna let him try to plant. He's coming short.
Okay. Oh, whoa! How did you get behind me? Wow, the best gun. I think
got
this
the
is.
Galil.
I think this is true.
Here you
True
go.
gameplay. Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a gun.
Maybe these guys aren't cheating. Maybe we have a real game.
Yeah.
Oh,
Definitely.
no.
feel.
that was the wrong. That was the wrong click. I was
It's okay.
supposed to left click. I right click.
It's okay. That is tactical. I got bumped.
I'm gonna sneak up behind them.
All right.
We're gonna sandwich them. We're gonna sandwich them.
All right. I'm burning them. What? What?
He's in here, in the door.
What? Oh, how do we get in there?
Yeah, you just open the door.
Oh, you can open doors?
Yeah. Only some though. I think these guys are actually Silver 1. Holy shit.
Yeah.
We finally found some real players.
A real game. No more numbers.
Who's here?
All right, coming. Stand up.
Monster. Must be, surely.
Oh, I got flashed.
Maybe short though, be careful.
I'm firing. I got incendiary. It's a lot of noises. Going in short.
Okay, maybe short. Yeah, I think they're short. Sandwich them. Let's go. Oh, not sandwich. Let's go.
He's going in.
Unless they're hiding again.
Nope, dead. Oh, yeah. Ooh, I think I just hear footsteps. Wow, you're cracked.
That's good. Here, you can have the gun that I just dropped on the floor.
I want it.
Come on, jump.
Actually, I'll go up. You go hold something.
All right, I'm gonna hold something. All right.
Yeah, you hold something.
Yeah, I'm holding
You got
something.
this.
I got this. Look at this. Look at this pro gamer move. I'm gonna burn monster. There, a monster. Oh,
I'm lagging. Shouldn't ever choose a scoped weapon.
ooh.
I think I got his legs. Nope, lag.
Oh, how they even? Ooh, that was cracked. The physics.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna try sniper. I have
They're
money.
actually for real.
I'm
silvers. Thank you for being real players.
Yeah, we appreciate real players here.
Oh,
Oh yikes!
he's crazy.
He's cracked. Oh,
What the heck?
he's
What
cracked.
a play!
What a play! What a head shoot! They got my all.
Okay, they can't use it.
I trust. I'm gonna rush in with PP Bijon. I trust my PP Bijon.
I think that was the orb guy monster.
Nope, orb is here.
So I'm just gonna. Oh, okay. Shit, I fucked up. Orb is also here.
They have two orbs?
Yeah, I guess. Let me pick that up actually. Oh, never mind.
I didn't pick it up.
Okay, it's okay.
I like PP Bijon.
Lots and lots of ammo.
Just. Can I throw flashbang off the air like this? I don't know if that works.
Shit! How do I always mess up my incendiaries?
Oh, fire bad for floof.
Maybe in it. Maybe.
I'm checking monster again. Nothing. Oh, I see them. They're like at short. How do I say this? That yeah, where you're looking at. Yeah. I don't know how to call out.
Well, that would be monster. The big monster on the wall.
At the start of monster. How about that? I think that's a good one.
East-side monster.
T-side monster. That sounds cooler. Okay, I'll take that.
I don't know what the... you can actually see the location that you're at underneath the radar on the top left.
Oh, alley?
Like, where this is canal. This is
Canal.
canal.
Oh, canal. Okay. I'm behind you.
Oh, one heaven. Both heaven. Oh,
I'm
you're
cracked!
crazy.
I'm
Bomb.
cracked! I'm planting the bomb!
Gives you money.
Oh, I didn't do it.
If you go fast enough, yeah, it gives
Yeah.
you money.
It's like three handle. I'm cracked with the Glock.
That was a bad flash.
It's okay. That was a good flash actually.
They might be water.
What the?
They're up heaven, one's up heaven.
Oh, I see them.
Both up heaven. Okay, I hide and I plant because they are silly.
Oh.
Careful. We can just hold this position if they're playing the long game.
Yeah.
One's up, coming this way.
Come.
Oh no! Oh my god.
The
Yeah,
Deagle.
okay. my only critique to you is run away and take cover when we are able to plant the bomb.
Oh.
Because if we can plant the bomb, they have to go to it.
Oh, yeah.
So if you run up short, then you can just like watch until they go and.
So if you plan
rather than engaging.
If we plant the bomb, we can just hide
Exactly.
and wait for them to come to us.
Exactly.
Oh.
Now you understand.
I understand. It doesn't sound like my way, but I'll take it.
Let's go short. They're not expecting it.
Yeah. I got PPP John. They might be expecting it.
Maybe heaven. Careful.
I'm gonna plant
Probably
here.
heaven.
Yeah.
Heaven. Planting?
I'm planting. So we hold short?
Hold wherever you want. And then we wait for a ding.
Oh!
Oh.
Where's the gun? Ooh, I want this gun. This gun looks cool. I'm learning.
Yeah. You're doing great.
I'm actually killing someone too. In game, don't ban me, chat. Twitch.
Probably heaven again. Yep.
They like heaven. Oh, I'm cracked. Oh my god.
Crazy.
I'm crazy.
We win.
We won. I like that, you know. I also say GG. I did the most burn
What
damage.
rank did you get?
Win 9 matches to display your skill group.
Oh. You have to win 9?
Yeah. It used to be 10.
That was a legit game though, so maybe we can get more legit players.
Yeah, no more numbers.
No more numbers. No more numbers.
No more numbers. If your
Let me
numbers
check what
just
time it is. Okay. I'm meeting someone in like 3 hours. Yeah, I got time.
Oh. I can play more.
I can do
It's-
like a couple more.
It's Saturday.
I'm gonna go watch a movie. I don't know what movie really, but a movie.
Oh, in
India.
India, this is
Between us.
yeah.
Are they numbers? Oh, wait. One of them has numbers.
Is that Falcian? Adoni.
Falcian, and then Adoni to the 5th power.
Oh no, that's numbers. Oh wow.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Mr. Numbers. That was 2 headshots he got on me. I'm sure it's just someone who has been in the same situation as... Oh!
Oh, that's a little.
Okay.
That's cracked.
I'm sure it's not the case. And it was just a matter of... Wait, you can go this way? Levine told me you can't go this way. What a liar.
I got AK. Oh. Oh, it's a new round.
It's not new. Levine just told me it didn't exist. I asked him, hey, what if we go inside? And he said, oh no, that's blocked off.
Maybe Levine just doesn't want to get in.
What a fibber.
But now we know. When they go to
We
the...
win?
gonna go the new route?
We're gonna win.
Yeah, I'm going in the new route. Here, right?
Oh, right, yeah, you go the new route.
Yeah, I can go a new route. I'm gonna go sneaky beaky like they don't even know what's coming.
You are very slow.
Am I?
Yeah.
Oh, it is a very long route. Let me see if I can get there behind. Oh, what? Oh, it's a very long route. Yeah, it's not recommended. It just brings me here.
I'm going monster.
Alright,
You can hold that, yeah.
I'm hiding behind
It's your
sandbag.
bomb holder, and if I make myself known first, they'll try to think I'm going here, and then you engage. Yo!
Yeah! Pump. Trend. Deadwood?
No.
No. Yeah, that's not recommended. I'm not going there anymore.
Yeah, let me try.
Yeah. I'm going this way
See
this
how
time.
fast it really is.
I mean, to be fair, I was walking the whole way, so it might be a little bit too slow.
Yeah, I'm already at short. But they can hear the door squeak.
Yeah, it's a little scary. Maybe that's why Levine says it doesn't
Oh,
exist.
he's coming short.
Okay, I'm gonna flank behind them. Beep, John! They're at short.
Yeah, I know. I'm very,
Ooh.
very engaged.
I tried jumping, I still got headshots.
Oh, there's lag every time I scope.
There's too much to render. Too much to render.
20 seconds.
Oh, this is bad.
God, this lag. Holy shit.
I saw the lag.
I scope.
I saw the lag.
Every time I scope, I lag.
The game forbids you using
Damn.
sniper anymore.
Let me Google this.
You're gonna Juan dig them?
One D? Wait, are we both 1D?
I never tried it, but I can try it. Alright, 1D. Alright. I'm gonna regret this. PP beats on.
He's talking like a normal person, and that tells me they're not cheating.
Yeah, I like that.
Even
I
though
like
they
that.
have numbers.
Yeah,
Numbers are scary.
I know, right? What?
Heaven looks clear. Maybe they went short. They might be trying to flank. Could also be hiding water. No, oh, they are. They're water.
It's okay. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Oh, that was good. Remember, there is 2 of them.
Yeah. Not the molly.
Go.
I tried. And Digo is hard. I look at the sky.
Well, yeah, you only need to get 1 shot there. It's okay. You can do it.
Yeah.
You have 5,000. Bye.
Yeah, I got. Oh.
Sell. Bye. Sell.
There, I got monodot.
Oh, bad flash. Very bad flash.
But how do you know it's bad?
Because it bounced back in my face.
Oh yeah, that's bad. I'm trying short. Oh, someone in short. Are they using the best gun, MP5? I think I saw someone at short just now. Ooh, that was so fast.
He holding water. Just you watch.
Oh, you got you baited. Oh, whoa, where did it come from?
Oh,
It's a horror game, it's a horror game.
oh my heart. Holy shit.
Why is the gun noises? Where did it come from?
Owie, my heart.
It's okay, it's not Outlast, it's not Outlast, it's fine. I'm gonna go short, I'm gonna buy shotgun. My heart.
XD.
XD. Gotta love the XD.
I think one's rushing short.
Yep. You'll be right. I can rush you back. Come on.
Oh no, I shot too high. I'm trying to aim head level, but I don't know what head level is. Oh, yeah, probably should have told you that there was someone there.
It's okay.
I was too focused on the fact that I suck.
It's okay, I suck too.
Ooh,
I don't think you
after.
suck though.
I try to suck.
No, that's a different context.
Watch this.
Uh-huh.
Over rush. Works every time.
Alright. I'm behind you with BPP John. Oh wow, you're right. It's
Oh, one's far, one's far.
huh? Oh,
This guy dropped an orb. I win.
I think I shot him a few times.
No! What the heck? He's really low. No,
Oh,
why is
Moro-
the scope so laggy?
Your sniper has been forbidden.
The scope is so laggy!
You need to do it without scope. Oh! Yeah, all good.
Oh, that's good.
Maybe I should
Every
go.
time if I'm holding down a key when I scope and then I let go of the key during lag frames, it keeps holding down the key.
That's sad.
Yeah, it's real bad.
Yeah. I have the bomb. I have the bomb.
One might be heaven, be careful.
I got what? Yeah, heaven.
You can't punt. Oh, that was bad.
I planted.
Okay, we can.
Yeah, we can. There's only one of them, right?
Okay, yeah, just hide.
Yeah, yeah.
If he's heaven, he's probably orb.
Right. I felt a big sniper bullet just pass through me. Yeah, it's not even.
Okay, we win.
Yeah.
I think. Yep.
That's it. Ow!
No!
Ow!
My friend!
No!
My friend!
Avenge me! Avenge me, Dragon! Ooh, I like Molotov. When I at heaven, I can just throw Molotov there. Protect Kobo? Yeah. I've been protected.
Okay, I do this and then I go short.
Alright. I will follow you. Actually... Oh, I'm gonna flank them
Okay,
there.
wait, hold on.
I'm gonna go
Watch this.
monster. I'm going monster.
No! Dude,
Uh-oh.
he saw the bomb and just ran straight through it. Wait, he's coming up your ass.
Oh, you're right. What's GH?
Good half.
Oh, I won. Good half. I want participation.
Yeah.
Go, go, go.
Oh, yikes.
I hit him a few times, no dinks though.
I'm a little scared. I'm a little scared.
Why are you moving so much?
I don't know. I'm scared.
It messes up your aim. You gotta when you hold angles, you wanna stand still.
Ah. Are you cheating with the crosshair mod? No, this is the classic the classic the crosshair settings that I have.
Watch this. I got Deeg.
So oh yeah, okay. Stand up? I cannot stand up. Oh. Oh, they're a monster.
Oh god.
I just saw them at monster. I have this crosshair settings.
I don't know the timing, so I don't know how long we should wait before switching focus.
Honestly,
But evidently that was too long.
I have no idea. It's okay. I still have PPP John.
I need to get my internal clock more in action, you know? No, I lagged again! I need to figure out what's causing scope lag.
Wow, cheat? Yeah, I'm cheating. I am cheating.
Let's go.
Oh wait, we were alive? What the heck?
Yeah,
That was over fast.
this is a match point. I died really quickly just.
Is this a match point? Well, we've got to go in all guns blazing then.
Yeah, I got P19. Short.
Oh, he's got AK. Hold on, the bomb's here, we just hold.
Yeah. Oh god.
What did you have?
I have P90. Wow, you're cracked.
Well, that's a cool skin.
Ooh, look at that, it's a Tiger AK.
Yeah, it's pretty good, huh?
Yeah.
Let's have it, lads.
Sniffatura? Why are you sniffing me?
Deploying flashbang.
Fire.
Fire. Throwing fire. Throwing a grenade.
Oh wow. Take on all. Oh! How?
Really lean
You can shoot through barrels like that if you have a high enough caliber.
AK is very strong.
Yeah.
Oh.
You wouldn't expect it. Here, you can have AK.
Ah. I'm scared. Okay.
You can do it.
I
have trained you.
I got
You can
this.
do this.
Single tap. Single tap. Right, look at the single tap skills.
What did I choose for? I got lag.
Single taps.
Oh, you're so good.
Single taps. It works.
You're so good.
It actually
You're so
works.
good.
Oh my god.
And they don't know I have an AWP because they never saw me.
Oh, nice.
So I just hide again.
Yeah. That gave me a big confidence boost.
You are so good.
I'm so good. Hey. Oh, they have a sniper.
It's SSG.
Oh.
I don't know where they went.
Also, I have no idea.
Oh, he went to get the bomb probably.
Oh yeah.
He threw his pistol, making me think it was his flash or something.
That's a strat? That's kinda cool.
It's pretty cool, yeah. Why lagged again?
I saw the lag. GG. Is it like a common issue that you search on Google? The
Yeah, a
scope
lot of
lag?
people seem to have this.
Ooh. Maybe they are trying to discourage people using sniper? Cause Kobo stinky. What?
Apparently you fix it by lowering texture/model quality. Let's see.
Oh,
I think I already have everything set really low though.
I have everything at potato.
Yeah, me too.
Dragons are stinky. That's right, I said it. But your spray is an M4 steel banner? I honestly don't know.
Don't know how to get rid of this fucking... I can't edit the settings because the settings are hidden by the... Okay, I had to restart the game because this game is very, very good.
Yeah,
and
it's
not broken.
The game's too good. Oh, this one?
M4?
M
M4 better than what?
I think he meant spraying.
Oh, I don't know.
I learned how to single tap. Yeah, for spraying. Fully automatic variant of pistol? I want to try this.
There is no such thing as texture quality.
Is that
Only
no?
texture filtering mode,
Probably
which
that
is already
one?
set lowest.
Oh.
I mean, evidently the only way to modify this is with commands or something. That's got to be it.
You're so used to me talking like this, knowing exactly what I mean. Well, it helps when I meet you in real life, yeah. Like, we've known each other for a while. I barged into the dragon's room. Less than 10? What? And definitely less than 10 lah. What do you mean? I think we met like our first firm is like firm 2017. I mean properly met lah.
So unfortunately, it is only people complaining that in CS2 scoping causes lag, and then no one has an answer.
Oh no.
So basically, this is just a Valve needs to fix this.
I don't have the lag somehow. But I don't know how to use sniper.
One person did say to try switching to full screen,
Oh,
which I think is stupid.
I'm on full screen window. Boo, no sniper, throw tomato. Throw tomato because I don't use sniper? I cannot.
Okay, we can do this.
Yeah, I learned how to one tap so long as I don't get headshot ED.
Yeah, the best thing you can learn in this game is that you may panic because they might kill you first, which may be true, but you have less of a chance if all of your bullets miss.
Yeah.
It's a balance of panic versus precision.
Precision best. I mean, it's hard when when I've been playing Negev, PP Bison, P90, the gun just like run and gun.
What if I change my sensitivity again? That's a good idea, right?
Yeah. I mean, you change it to your own comfortable level. That's good. Coffee. What coffee you like? What coffee you like? Coffee.
A hard question. I like dark roast, espresso, mocha.
I have no idea what those are.
Dark roast is just a sweeter variant of bean. There's like light roast, medium roast, and then there's all the in-betweens and stuff. Dark roast just means it's been roasted for longer and has less of its like naturey kind of bitter taste, and it has more of a sweet taste.
Ooh.
And espresso is just how it's made. It's like put under 9 bars of pressure and water is squeezed through it.
Isn't that like very concentrated essence of coffee, espresso?
Kinda, yeah.
Huh.
Like instant coffee, for example, is just freeze-dried espresso.
Oh. Have you tried buttercream? Buttercream what? You don't just shove buttercream into your face. Then
Have you tried buttercream?
is there a buttercream variant of coffee?
I don't know.
Buttercream coffee?
I hope not.
I mean, I had durian coffee before. It's kind of good, but also very
Both
expensive.
loaded in.
Nice. Are there numbers?
Oh no, are they?
Uh,
Oh, what is that?
They both have the. I don't know what those words are. I mean, are they English? No.
I don't know. I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
Not English.
Durian is good on everything. Okay, that's actually I can agree to that. Ooh. Short. They spring.
Spray painted.
I heard that.
Watch this. Glock. I win.
Nice.
Okay, burst fire, not a good idea.
Ow.
A bit of a delayed reaction from you.
I mean, I just saw them. It's
Hold on, wait. Oh, yeah.
213 ping. I'm trying.
He was like lounging on your screen for a solid 300 seconds before you decided it was time to shoot. Actually, you never shot.
I never shot. Oh my god. On my end, it's just like we both shot at the same time. I saw someone that's short. Behind sandbag.
Sandbags.
Ooh.
Yeah. Nice call.
Yeah, people. Oh.
No, he ran out of ammo.
Oh no. Is that Mark 10? I like Mark 10. I want MP9 now.
Let's see if my scoping is fixed.
I trust.
It is.
Oh!
What the heck?
Oh my god, miracle. We take those.
I don't know why I came up here. I'm not scouting from up here. Why are these guys rushing? Oh, no, lag is back.
Oh god. This spoke too soon. I hear some very heavy jumping noises. On the they're in short. And walking noises as well.
Oh god, the lag. Oh, they're boosting. They're boosting.
No wonder I see a lot of like. Does it work?
No, not through that. That's not creepy.
Ah, crap. Why would they do that? Oh, one monster.
I got this guy's tapped twice to the chest. So I don't know how he's not dead. Wait it out. Just hide.
Yeah. Oh, monster. Oh, I'm cracked! Oh my god! MP9.
You're so good.
I'm too good. Sniffer Kobo, and if I may, I want to sniff friend. You want to get sniffed?
No, not. What? Wait, here.
Alright.
Might be too late now.
I'm
Okay,
stuck.
you're blocking it. I can't do
it. I got stuck.
We give up. We give up.
Yeah,
okay.
we can do it next round. I like
Flash.
fire.
I flashed bad.
Did fire just broke above that sandbag? That's you. I think they're boosting again?
No, they're not.
Okay.
They're short.
Okay.
And they missed every shot.
Nice.
One might be monster. I hope monster. One is monster. You might have pushed past monster. No, maybe
would-
not. What are they doing?
I don't know, to be honest.
I'm going heaven. I'm going heaven.
Okay. They're shooting at
Because they won't
monster.
expect it.
Yeah, monster coming out. Oh god. Ooh. Oh, you're cracked.
No, you want an AK? Do you want an AK?
I don't. Do you
Okay,
trust
you take
me?
it because you're taking too long.
What? Oh my god, I have AK, okay. Alright, AK. I know the spot for AK. Look at this.
Oh no!
Did we kill him?
I did, apparently. I hit him up a few times.
Single tapping.
If
Single
you shoot their
tapping.
body, they die twice as fast.
Oh,
You were shooting legs.
but I was shooting at the... Was I shooting legs? I blame
Yeah,
the
you
ping.
were shooting PP.
I blame the ping.
The ping doesn't change their height. They don't become dwarfs because you have bad ping.
I don't know. Boost?
You can't blame it on ping. You can't blame everything on ping.
No, I'm not blaming everything on ping. It's the first time I'm blaming something on ping.
Ping, yes, ping.
Yeah, bad ping. I have bad ping.
Okay, they've decoyed, I think.
Short. I got sniped once.
It's Scout,
Yeah.
fortunately. Monster. Bombs here.
Nice. Let me fire.
And bomb.
Ow! They got burned a little bit. Now they have like sunburn. That's gonna hurt.
Okay, what? Wait, you were dead?
Yeah.
I would have held a way different angle if I knew that that wasn't being held.
Oh, I didn't.
I should have noticed. That was my fault.
It's okay. It's my fault too.
What?
Huh?
You were dead.
Yeah.
I'm gonna rush short. Nova rush.
I have M4 A4. I'll throw fire at monster. Someone shot that monster.
Okay, that was a very fast scout.
The power ping. Let's go. I don't know where I threw that one.
Monster.
I don't know what I'm doing, but I'll take it. Oh, hey, it's a sniper.
No!
Is it bad?
You just threw away so much money. SSG is 1,700 and M4A4 is 3,100.
Oh shit! It's okay. Charity. Charity.
And then you threw it away.
I don't use sniper.
And then you threw it away.
I don't know what I don't use sniper. Oh, someone sniped a monster. Short. Ooh, short. I got killed by Mark 10. Oh wow, that was actually cool.
I lag so much every time I scope.
I saw that. I saw you were just like frame skipped.
We must win.
I think we got this.
I'm gonna
I have to
go.
I have the boom.
Guys, I
You
told
have
you
the boom.
we kill
I have the
them
boom.
all.
I will...
If you slash these walls, then you gain extra speed.
Oh, really? That's kind
not
of cool.
true.
Oh, I trust you. Why smoke that? Oh, wow, you are cracked.
I'm crazy, I'm crazy.
You're crazy. Give me your Glock. That's a nice looking Glock.
You like the weasel?
I like the weasel.
Forward. I'm throwing the flashback.
One heaven. Nice.
Yeah. Wow.
The
Ooh.
AKC.
What the coming out?
Call out, please.
I was a little late on that. I was thinking that that's water.
Tech 9.
Oh, the technical timeout.
Oh. Oh, great. Alright.
Is it in fact banned again?
No, that just means that they're like going for a P or something.
Oh, okay.
They call it technical timeout, which basically means that I think that means malfunction in hardware or something, or like their system's being weird or something, or they need to be right back because their game is lagging, or I don't know. That's usually what it means, but you know.
Oh.
Oh, he's back. There we
Nice.
go. Wait, you gave me Khalil?
I threw it up. I threw it
Gave me
upwards.
Khalil.
I don't know.
What the heck?
Is it a good gun?
Hold on. Hey, smoke.
Heaven.
Sight. I smoke sight. You plant bomb. Plant bomb.
Heaven.
Plant bomb.
Oh yeah, okay. No, you don't shoot me from the smoke.
Shoot the man. Shoot the man.
I'm shooting!
Playtime.
Yeah. Oh my
You
god.
have your audio turned all the way down.
No, I heard them, but it. I hate to say it. It's actually ping. I hate to say it
Okay. Yeah, probably.
because
Maybe you should host.
because I shot them and they felt nothing.
They felt nothing.
Yeah.
No, they didn't feel it. I saw the blood.
Oh, you saw the blood? Okay. So they felt something. Good.
Oh, hold on. Gaining speed.
Me
Gaining
too.
speed.
Going hyperdrive.
Oh, I shouldn't have got scout. What am I doing?
I'm trying short. No one's
Faking monster.
okay. I'm behind sandbag. Maybe heaven? Yep, heaven. Ooh. There.
Oh.
AWP. Oh, nice.
What did you have, Galil?
Ah, yeah.
Oh, he dropped down.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Wait, I shot them?
You have AWP because I cannot use AWP
Well,
because of the scope. You can do this. I believe in you. I'm going to fake short and we're going to go monster. You hold that position.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Alright,
Why did I stare at that?
me too. We saw them at Monster.
Oh no! I always mess up my incendiaries. They're both short. And he has negative!
Oh!
Yo!
I'm cracked. Oh! Oh, they got their
They
AWP
got it back.
They got their AWP back.
Okay, well there's only one way to counter an AWP.
P90?
Nope, Nova.
Okay,
A
shotgun.
Nova rush to short.
Okay,
Because if we go monster, then they have an advantage with AWP.
Okay.
Don't boost. Okay.
Heaven.
I fucking wish I got that call out earlier.
Wait, I saw it very early though.
Yeah, I know, but Discord delay.
Oh my god, Discord delay.
Because you said it and I was mid-peak.
Oh.
It was like mid-peak, heaven, dead. Okay, I'm gonna... Oh wait, we can't full eco, it's match point.
Oh no.
I have to like Rambo, which means no armor AK.
I have 1 armor AK.
And I'm gonna go monster. I'm just gonna try to hope that if I go fast enough.
I looked at it. Oh.
No!
No,
I
it's...
tried to move faster, but I couldn't because I was fucking stupid.
Most
How are
kills
these
with...
silver ones? It doesn't make any sense!
Maybe they're silver 1, but because you're bringing someone like me, it adds up to the difficulty.
I don't think that makes any sense. Should be silver 1.
A little bit. Hello, Tylra. Hi, Perry. And Coffee. Hi. How you cuties doing? I'm doing pretty okay. I'm sort of dragging...
How do we lose against silver 1?
I'm sort of dragging Coffee down. I'm just laughing here. I'm just
Okay,
laughing.
I can only do one more because I have to get ready for meeting Ray.
Ah, okay.
And we're gonna do a map we haven't. We're gonna do Inferno.
Isn't it like the map with shops?
I don't know. It's like it's the one that has really confusing timing.
Oh no. No. Alright, I got this. Trust.
I am sobbing, weeping, crying, devastating.
And then the cowboy in me just like, yeah, dragon.
I'm sure we'll find a match. Now, be careful because they have the times on both. Like, okay, so basically, it's like a strange shape, right? Where we have 2 lanes to go down, left and right, when we exit spawn.
Oh.
And they can get to both left and right simultaneously, pretty much.
Oh. That's kind of scary.
CT has a really strong advantage.
Oh, I just loaded in. Okay.
Oh, I saw both of them.
200 ping, I got this. I've trained for this.
Yeah, you're crazy, you're crazy.
200 ping, I got this.
Fully good.
Yeah.
Alright, so yeah, left and right they can go.
Oh, wow.
So we're gonna go left.
Okay, I'll follow you.
Okay, we're gonna go right.
Yeah.
No, wait, they flashed left and they are going to destroy our houses.
Oh, I got shot. I got shot from the left.
Ah! Oh, he thinks I'm going up there. Why? Okay, you see what I mean by this map is very confusing?
Yeah. You know? I see it now very clearly. That's so scary.
I'm just gonna rush with P90 and win.
Okay,
Hope that they don't hit me. Rush left.
I'm coming.
Yeah, they can get there extremely fast.
What?
This map is like super duper CT oriented. Like, they can get to any position faster than you can get to any position.
Dang. Okay, let me try using my dual handgun.
Didn't check how much money I have. I'm gonna go up here because they don't expect it.
I'm gonna go the same way. Nope.
Okay, I can't go up there. Wait, how'd you get? What the heck?
Ooh, they're so fast.
Oh my goodness.
They're mega fast.
CT is so scary.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
I'm just gonna fill eco.
Okay, I got BPB John. I'm gonna try right.
It's kind of dangerous, but we can try because they have a sniper spot there. Yeah. Okay.
How are you gonna snipe
This is
someone
why
with
I don't like
210
playing
ping?
this map. This map is so hard to play if you're on the T side. Like, they just have all the angles that you don't have.
They're cracked.
But it's okay because we can do this. Watch this.
Uh-huh. What do you have in mind? I'm gonna try to plant the bomb. Is there? Oh, this is the plan. Okay. They shot me from behind. Ooh. Plant the bomb.
There's no time. Okay, so we have to basically smoke. We're gonna smoke right side this time.
Okay.
I did not smoke right side very well.
It's okay. I can throw smoke again.
Careful behind you. There can easily be people here. Whoa!
They have Snape.
This is such a CT-sided map.
Look at this. I feel Snape.
You shouldn't be holding that if you're trying to make this jump. You won't be able to make it.
I saw you try to do this jump.
Yeah, it's really hard.
I did it. I'll take it.
They know you're in apps, by the way.
They what?
You're looking at the floor.
Am I? Where am I?
Your angle is like looking down. They're gonna shoot you immediately. They know you're in here.
I heard something.
No, they're underneath you. They're underneath.
What? How does this map work? Hi, how are you doing? How are you doing?
It's so confusing, I know.
Where's the other?
You're moving so much in the open.
I don't know how this map works. It's so scary.
Doesn't matter what map you're in. Don't walk around in the open like you're checking out the scenery.
Yeah. Did we smoke both ways?
Need a shot.
Oh. Yeah, like be.
Oh, they both had orbs.
Oh.
Okay, it's alright now because we're going to be. Oh, never mind. Wait, one more round and then we're on the other side. Okay, I'm gonna do a real tactical play here.
All right. I
Step 1, smoke this side.
All right.
Step 2, flash this side.
All right. I like it. I like it. That is so good.
Oh wait. No!
Oh my god.
They have the. What are you looking at the floor? Get behind cover! They got an orb!
I know. Look at this. They cannot shoot me. They cannot shoot me. It's impossible to shoot me. Look at that. I'm trying. I have a shot.
Walking left and right like a clay pigeon.
No, they cannot shoot what.
It's okay. We win now.
I'm scared.
we all we need to do is take a 5-7 and rush.
5-7. I don't have a 5-7.
Never mind.
Dobra. Okay.
Move it, son.
Do we go both ways?
Wait, what? That fire is still getting me.
Bomb down. I heard someone from the right. They're coming from above. I got killed from the house, I think. They might be planting the bomb.
Dude, they were just running and gunning.
I mean, isn't
What the heck?
that pistol round just run and gun?
Yeah, but they were running and gunning. They didn't stop to shoot.
I was doing that.
But now we win because Nova.
Okay, I have PPP John.
Gear up. We aren't going on a windy walk here.
Wait, how did they get there so fast? The T's don't have that advantage.
Uh-oh.
They're around the other side, yeah.
The other side. Here.
No, they're around the... No,
Huh?
both
Huh?
ups and behind. Ah!
Run and gun!
It's so hard to explain. There's too many spots that they can be in.
Yeah, this game is hard.
I don't know how they had that timing, though, because as CT, you're supposed to have those angles way faster than they do. But for some reason, they were just there before us every time.
Isn't there like a
Oh no.
B?
They're being... Hold on, let me... Star, your mother, star.
Nice. we love those. Them taunts.
You like my taunts?
I
They're
like-
pretty good. Yeah, I gotta get going though. It's really fun playing with you always. I love silly matches.
I mean, I like it too, but I feel kind of bad to just dragging you down.
I'm already silver 1. You can't drag me any lower. It's impossible.
Okay, that soothes my heart. I like it.
I'm gonna train you to be the best CS:GO kobold ever.
I'll take it.
You want chocolate orange?
That sounds good.
Oh, it's disgusting. Oh, fucking. Oh,
Oh, it's good.
oh god. Oh.
It's like a tangy citrus plus sweetness of bitterness of chocolate.
Painful. Okay, have fun with the rest of your stream. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye, chat.
Okay, bye coffee. Have fun.
Bye.
Well, I learned how to one tap. Let me leave the chat real quick as well. Boop. There. Okay, I got this. I've been trained. I know how to single tap. Let's play competitive. Although before that, give me a second. I have too many things on the floor. You got this, hun? Oh, I got this. I'm gonna try and no more panic. Alright, no more panic. Only shoot single tap or 2 bursts. I mean, I guess I can try to play with most guns and not just try the Gav and shit. And yeah, playing with Turned Ping is a little hard, but I do enjoy playing with Coffee all the time. Only shooty bang bang laser focus. There we go. Yeah, that sounds about right. Matchmaking, competitive, all the maps? Why not, right? Yeah, all the maps. Yeah. Oh, wait, let me change the settings real quick. Because I'm now back alone, so let me change the ping tolerance to like, you know, below 100. That'll be great. There. I mean, like Singapore, Hong Kong, India, these are like okay. Guangzhou, Mumbai, Shanghai, Tianjin, Japan, and then you have like Arab. These are like the okay-ish place, I guess. Yeah, it shows like, that's pretty cool. Okay, why Singapore but not Malaysia? What is this prejudice? Huh? Where's Malaysia? Huh? Explain this, Valve. Where's Malaysia? Huh? Mana Malaysia? Tak boleh lah macam ini. Apa kamu buat? Right? Oh.
Let's roll.
Even the games are annexing things to China. Annexing? That's a new word. Ooh, I'm so fast. Ping? 13. Wow. 13 ping. Where's this gun? Look at the jumps. What? What do you mean we can't die in war, mob? The next thing it means merging involuntary countries into others, like Russia did with Crimea and part of Ukraine. Oh. It does sound kinda scary. Kinda. By armor. I forgot how this map works. We're back at Chinese names.
Wait.
Ay, 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 ay. Yeah, I still panic a lot. Ooh. Still gonna go handgun for this. But I'm buying armor. Go, hurry. Oh god. Legendary beagle. I got shot by a dog. Amazing dog. Ooh, nice. 2 and 3. Don't you want to reload your deagle? Whoa! Ooh! The deagle looks very satisfying, honestly. Everything's so expensive. Wow. I didn't even shoot a gun. Someone has sniper already? Holy shit. The beagles have become armed. Gary Doko. Oh my god.
Deploying smoke shield.
Ooh, Corgi! Oh my god, it's dog on dog action. We have legendary beagle and a Corgi. Uh-oh. I think that was lag. Corgi lagged! Corgi lagged. Corgi lagged. Where friend? Friend is gonna go hang out with friend. I'm running and gunning. That was nice, right? That was nice. Damn, Kogi's rock. Kogi's so rock. Holy shit. Why do I have a decoy grenade?
Decoy. Throwing fire. Grenade out.
Damn, Corgi is so metal. Also, hi again, tried to. I want Corgi to win. I want to listen to rock music. It's great. MP9 all the way, baby. Wow. Playing games with no ping is actually great. I feel the difference. I actually feel the difference. Like, not saying playing with I never say playing with coffee is not fun. It's fun as hell. But it's a little harsh on the ping, but I'll take it. I get to hang out with friend. Hey. Ooh. Corgi is so good. I have so much money. I just keep using MP9.
B.
Throwing fire. Live grenade. Throwing flashbang.
A.
Flashbang. Flashbang out.
How does this map even work?
ไอ้ที่นี่เพื่อนมึงวะเนี่ยไอ้ม่วง
I don't understand that shit.
ไอ้ที่นี่มากับมึงวะเนี่ยไอ้โง่ไอ้เหี้ยเนี่ย
It's Minanhua. It's so rare to hear Minan here. Oh my god, it's actually Minan. It's like a sub-dialect of Chinese in China.
Throwing fire. Throwing flashbang. Live grenade. Throwing a grenade. Throwing flashbang. Throwing flashbang.
Damn, single tap! I don't know if I killed them or not. I don't know if I shot them or not. Ooh. Ooh. I have the money.
Throwing smoke. Throwing grenade. Grenade.
I didn't panic too much. Ooh. I think I did okay. Oh god. Legendary Beagle. Nice. I'm getting carried. Yeah, I'm getting carried. Let's go. I like the corgi background. I like the corgi picture.
Van เนี่ยบ้าน
ไอ้ควายฝาเอ้ย
Quite fire.
โอ้ยวันโกเอวะเดียดเฮ้ยด็อกแบรนด์มากินด็อกกินด็อก
อินบู
They all
กินมีด็อก
they all hate me so much. They all hate me so much because I did that. I don't care. I'm just gonna enjoy the game. Yeah, hate me all you want. And also, I have the bomb. Why not I go A and then you guys ran away, you know? Ooh. We got it flaunted, as they say, right? I have the bomb, and then I thought we like had a good start, you know, we shot them and shit like that. Apparently I did something wrong. I don't know. Hi, Kaikios. It's okay, it's competitive. I understand it can be sweaty. Ooh. Ooh. See, now I can rely on them more, right? Because I'm in, well, as they say, idiot. I just hope that they can bring me to victory. What do I buy? I don't know. Just get a Molotov. Also, I hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing good, Kaikios. They're going this way now. See, they gave me the bomb again. And then they're gonna tell me I'm an idiot again. Where is shooting me? Why are you shooting me from? I don't even see you. Where's this? Oh, A, okay. I seriously have no idea how this map works sometimes. See, I don't appreciate them throwing the bomb at me. Oh my god, I'm so slow. I'm so slow. I'm so slow. I don't have the reaction. I don't have the reaction. Oh, yep. Fish breath. Hi, fish breath. It's okay. I got the B. 啤酒蛇，冲呀冲，哥们儿！ Ooh. I really need to work on my reaction, honestly. If I get shot, just look at that way. Ooh, that was fast. Ooh. 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 Nah, that's totally enough time. It's too long. Nah, I don't bomb. I'm throwing it away this time. You guys see, I'm an idiot, so you guys can plant it.
Let's move.
Oh wow. Even I can see them smoke from here. Oh, I thought I shot them. Grenade. Oh damn. Oh, I think having silencers getting shot is also kind of hard to know. It's Legendary Beagle! Legendary Beagle! I'm buying a cheap gun, I think. Yeah, I'm going this.
Let's go.
Where friend? I don't know. I mean, friend here. Lots of friend in here. Oh. Hey, MP9. My favorite gun. Also, hi again, friend. Oh wow, that's so good. Did you saw someone? What? What? What's going on? What? You can just jump up here? Oh, that's how they do it. Wow, okay. Oh. I am not planting the bomb ever again. Mark 10. I like myself some Mark 10. Just buy Molotov maybe? I know a place where they always appear. Is this a good place? I don't know. I like it here. What? Where is this? What? Why are you emptying the A? Okay, I'm coming. It's so hard. Oh, they are speaking Thailand. I think I buy all the bombs because why not? Mark 10. I like Mark 10 more. They're all Thailand. Shit, I can understand Thailand. Anything but Thailand I can understand. How are you doing? What? Okay, fine. I might have shot their body multiple times. Oh wow. Corgi? Wow, Corgi? After Thailand? No, I'm from Malaysia. I don't understand Thailand. GG, they all said I'm an idiot. GG. Hey, same, let's go. Hello, Malaysia Yin. Lucy Malaysia Jin. Or it's like Orang Malaysia. It's rare to see Malaysia on Twitch, to be honest. It's kind of rare. But I like it. The tenderizer. Tenderizer. Yeah, I'm gonna practice the hard way. You know what I got the most? Persistence and thick skin. Alright, I don't care if people say I'm an idiot. Which part, if you don't mind? Sarawak. Saya orang Sarawak. Actually, I want to change music real quick. Let me see. I'm gonna start from the start because why not? Jauh niya. Jauh me. Kamu West Malaysia kan? Kalau kamu West Malaysia, itulah jauh lah. Close to KL? Yeah, okay lah. That is West Malaysia. It is kinda jauh, not gonna lie. But then again, it's still Malaysia, so yeah. Fellow Malaysian, we like to see it. Oh, I'm surprising to get a match from Thailand because most of the time, at least most of the time I played for the past few days, it's all like China. Nah, see, this is Hong Kong. Hing King.
Let's roll.
Oh, I didn't see that. Hi, Lex. Welcome, Rubek. Hope you're doing good, Lex. Definitely no fall asleep earlier. No, it's okay. Sleep good, sleep good. No worries. Wow, look at that shot. So, Coffee taught me single tap. Right, single taps is where is that? Why is someone getting knifed? Still CS2? Hell yeah. Apparently I've awakened a few people that play CS2. just let them play it back. Let's run against Stray and Pray. Same. Always has been. They're buying armor. They're buying Deagle. Armor. Armor. Just gonna aim for the head then, using Galoku. The default enjoy being Gremlin as well. Hey, Gremlin good. I can respect that. Oh my god, I cannot aim. Who? Damn! Thanks for the follow, OP. Ni 就是你. Yeah, I have a Discord. Martin! Exclamation mark Discord to get the link. Sorry, I'm like... I'm still in game. I'm in game. Server? Yes, it's my own server. Damn, sorry man, you were staying in front of me, I cannot help you. Give me a second. You joined, right? Ooh, okay, ooh. Read the rules? Ooh, okay, ooh. Rules. I'm doing this all manually, don't worry about it. Day. Many good folks, many good dragons. Yeah. Dragon's good. 3 on 1? Damn. That's a bit of a problem. All the good ones? Heck yeah. Uh oh. I hear weird noises. Sound does play a big role on late game. Ooh. PP be John. Oh yeah, 15. Oh, OP. I know you meant well, but 15 cannot be on my channel. They were saving up for it. Yikes.
大局
独角兽回来，哎，低小，低小，大局打一下大局。
I killed 3! Oh my god. Single tap, single tap. Bye bye Malaysian Dragon. Yeah. Bye bye OP. I mean, I know you meant well. I'm sorry, Shiz. Yeah. I mean, I can see you again, you know, once you're 18. Oh god. Don't 3 years. It sounds like a lot, I know. But trust me, 3 year flies. 3 years, they fly. Been there. Been there. Yeah, 3 years goes by so fast. It's weird. It's crazy as well. Like at first you think about it, it's like, oh my god, 3 years, and then you just doing 进步是什么? Yeah, time will tell. Although I really do appreciate you stopping by though. It's really nice to see another Malaysian. But yeah, see you in 3 years time. Yeah. Oh, why? Oh. Oh, both sides, that's tough. You know, I'm gonna try AK, why not? I'm gonna try my best. Okay. I just looked at it. Spawn my own teammate. They're so salty. See, this is what I love about the game. The salt. The pure salt just makes me happy. I used to be so salty with games, but now that I'm not salty with games, it's kind of fun. 永别咯. Oh, fuck, I love it so much. Oh, you're gonna die. Oh, this guy looks like they know what they're doing. This person looks like they know what they're doing. You could try to go B, I guess. Our home, someone's coming from our home, he says. Op. They have the op. Alright, it's Mark 10 time again. Mark 10. I don't like A. A is kind of stressful. 我操. They're going mid, okay. They have ops there. Best not to go there, right?
进步，别着我脚步。
Can you throw it out there? Yeah, I assume you cannot.
放两个比较。
Damn, they all have snoopers now. It's kinda hard, kinda hard.
怎么玩？道具都不会丢，还怎么玩？
道具不会丢，怎么玩？ They don't know how to use utilities. How are you supposed to play this? It says.
冲 A， 直接冲。道具就直接冲，不要怕。他妈的，死一个也知道人换，能知道人在哪。
It's like just rush A. Don't worry about it. One person dead, the other keeper can just like continue going in. Damn. Oh, 他的故事有结局吗？ Probably not.
来了。 楼梯。
Why did they throw again? I'm gonna go one more Mark 10. Let's try one Molotov. 哎，不是穷 A 吗，兄弟？ Woohoo! They're all sniping. Well, they're not all sniping.
那边有大狙。
Oh, damn. Yeah, they're very savage. Woo. They all have snipers.
家他妈来大狙了。
The gun. Yeah, that team is savage. They're all just using orbs and out for blood. Damn, they're out for blood. Holy shit. I follow bomb, I guess. I thought I looked away. Where?
B 冲 B，
I'm already at B. Damn snipers. Do we need to buy bombs, honestly? Actually just buy like one flashbang, that's it. So we can throw a flashbang and try to run again. Why are they going mid?
我操！我他妈你他妈缺一干嘛？我操！他妈冲了你妈冲雷！ 他们进家，他们家哪个？他们家独角兽，你是不知道他们家在哪？独角兽，他妈是我们家。对了，我们小丑一个。
I guess I did something. Right? Finally got around. I want this. Why are they going there again? I could throw one more. Oh fuck!
输了，不用看了，输了，哎。
哎。
这个枪法他妈比我他妈都下饭，我操！
He said we already lost. We don't even need to try anymore. The shooting is worse than me eating rice. Fuck. Something like that. They said. Behind. Oh, above. Ooh, scary.
别漏，别丢！
Oh, damn! Damn!
看到你了！来了！
Oh, PPP John, that was so close. Damn, that person was amazing. 1 on 5? 1 on 5 or 1 on 4? That is fucking amazing performance. That is actually like wonderful. Dude, cool. Props for them. Yeah, that was really nice. Let's go buy armor.
Let's go.
中， B 啦，去 B。他妈在那看 A 呢，我操！挡着我操，我他妈他妈死都。
Where's the bomb? Where's the goddamn bomb? Protect me, please! Protect me, please! Thank you! Damn, I killed a lot of people. I'm gonna try out this one. Combo on the murder spree? Hell yeah! Damn.
B。
Wow. I was on my knife. I was on my knife. That was bad. Oh wow, you're so good. Holy shit. I don't know what gun I want, to be honest. MP9? Yeah, why not? And the incendiary? B? Yeah, god damn it.
B。 上啊！你他妈拿个喷子，你他妈不上你躲你妈呢！开包，快！
Well, I tried. I tried. Oh, I like MP9 though.
不是大哥，你偷个喷子，你不冲，我一个拿狙的都冲了。
说了，我一个拿连狙，不是这个点射的我都冲了，我操！
白痴他妈这么怂干什么？我操，妈的！
They're so bad. Yes, this is a true Counter-Strike experience that I'm looking for. Damn, I always guess wrong.
一包，妈的，还他妈跟着这比率有干嘛？我操！
Damn.
玻璃有一个下来了。
No. Why? He's doing so good. No. He's doing so good. What do you mean? What's up, Bo, to catch the tears? So they're so mad. It's insane. You don't just kick people for them trying hard. They are trying their best. This kind of behavior I don't promote. You be salty all you want. Kicking people for trying their best? That ain't it. That's just not it, buddy. Probably A. Oh fuck. Well, we know B as a sniper.
B 看 B， 别他妈在这 A 看啦！我操，人都死完了还在 A 看。
He said, we're and then people at B is all dead while you're still staying at A. Fuck. Basically, if you hear Tao, Tao is pretty much just fuck in English. So yeah, there you go. I can kind of translate for y'all so that you guys can enjoy the experience a little bit as well. Ooh, above. Kiki. I like that. Like, this person right here is trying their best. Like, there's only one of them. There's only... Boom. Ow. Are you an idiot? Fuck. Oh my god, my friend's already playing. No, I have to end the stream soon. I cannot play with y'all. 我在播这，大哥。
最没用的一个，我操！滚去打 CF 行不行？
Yeah, Kobo can translate a little bit.
二楼看二楼。你包啊！他妈的，你去 B 干嘛呀？都他妈冲 A 来，他妈来去看 B。
Ooh. Oh yeah, he said, everyone's at A, why are you guys at B? He said. Fuck. That's the essential part, I cannot leave it out. Oh, timeout, why? Stupid, no. Are you trying to waste time? No, I'm not about that. Also, let me reply my friends real quick. Oh, hi, Ty. Oh, it doesn't type. Oh, hi, Ty. Damn, okay. That was very loud. Ow. Hey.
妈的有什么用嘛？我操！妈的800的伤害900伤害900伤害，他妈活着干什么？我操！
Basically he said, go and die, go and die, go and die 3 times, and then what's the point of living? Fuck. Yeah, something like that. It's like very sad shit, but it's what Salt is. Yeah, goddamn right. They can get savage sometimes. Alright, I'll play one more. It's like 648. I'm not gonna play with him for now. We do that. We play off stream. Then like assault mine. I know, right? So yeah, my mistake was playing on casual and hoping for Soul. Now that's not it. If you're on Soul, go play competitive. And of course, I'm gonna try my best. I'm not gonna be like purposely bad. I'm gonna try my best. But if they're salty about my best or someone else's best, then that's their problem, you know. It's not not everyone is like a sidekick or like play this game for 30 years. Yeah, they have to be understanding a little bit more than that. Take a sushi DRG and have folks trying to mine them. They'll get like salt crystals. And then what's the Enor Pearl? Enor Pearl is like the closest to salt, I guess, because of the color. Or Enor Pearl, that one. That one or what else? What else is like white and a tad bit transparent? I have no idea. Why is there only 5 people? What are they doing? Oh my god, what is that? Dust 2. Hong Kong, alright. Now Dust 2, this is the map where it's the scariest because everyone knows this map, I feel like. The classics of classics and classics of the classics. Dust 2. What about Dust 1? I never see Dust 1. Right? Where's Dust 1? Also, I feel like whatever Coffee taught me, I just abandoned all of those. I've been using MP9 or Mark 10. It's great, alright, it's great, Mark 10. Oh. Oh. We got this. And I'm not gonna use Dog Beretta, I'm gonna try to use my precision. Let's see, 64 ping, a little bit on the high side, but I think we got this.
Come on, let's go. Quick fix.
Wow, shit. We should go the other way. Oh shit!
Go, 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 go.
Whoa! Whoa! This guy's good. Oh, they.
Fuck, bro.
Oh yes, early salt. Let's go, fuck, bro. Just go Dog Beretta. Why not? Rush B. Now we're going A. Going A. A mid.
Move it, move it. Flashbang out.
Dude, you can stop blocking me.
Fly, fly, fly.
Oh god. Walking Turtle is so good. Walking Turtle is so good.
Counter-terrorists win.
Deagle? Do I dare? Do I dare Deagle? Once. Just once. Alright, just once. Let me try Deagle. Why are you flashing like that? Doesn't even work. And that was not a headshot, but I'll take it. Yeah, not bad. I like it. Okay, now let's try. Damn, I have no money though. Did I buy too much things? I probably did it. Follow me, bomb. Bomb is looking at B. Nope, going A. Okay. Yeah, change route. I agree.
Go.
Shit. I didn't see where they are. Uh-oh, he did. That was point blank shot. Oh. Yeah, they tried. I will panic so hard on that situation as well. I don't blame them at all. Dude, someone buy more things than me. Someone has zero ringgit or dollar. $0. I thought I'm a big spender, but apparently someone is even more of a spender than me. Save some money. We have sniper noises, I don't like it. Woohoo! Single tap! Single tap! I learned the single tap! Gotta spend wisely. Nah, we don't spend wisely, I'm kobold. I need Chinese, but also I want to spend them. Because they're mine. Ooh, B? You're the first one to go B? I have high respect of you. Someone just went in. Someone just went in. Why? Dude, you're blocking. I cannot one tap, I cannot one tap. All hell breaks loose. I get a one tip. Ooh, they're pretty good. Walking turtle is really good, not gonna lie. Oh, fuck. I have to go Mark 10. Y'all going A? Y'all not following bomb? Should just went on my own. I didn't shoot a gun, to be honest. I shot 0 bullets. I felt kind of bad. Okay, let's go eco since I have things. Actually, let's buy one flashbang. Why not? Where we go? All right, we're sprinting out. All right. Why do they keep going out like that? That was a bad smoke.
Go, go, go.
We are going to win.
Terrorists win.
You will all die.
Oh, I didn't change it. I'm still using Mark 10 for now. Oh, that's a huge noise. I do not use AWP.
Throwing flashbang.
Ah. Damn, PP Pijong. I got PP Pijong. They don't know where the bomb is, right? Probably. Sound. Ooh, shotgun. Ooh, shotgun. Ooh, shotgun is good in that situation. Oh. Ooh. Walking turtle. I guess I dare, right? Let's go AK, why not? One flashbang. Save money. I cannot use two. Actually, is this the last one? Buy everything.
We must win.
Snipers? Wow. Anyone's captain. Damn. Ooh. Snooper. Snooper. No, that's not it. Uh-oh, only you left. Boom, 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 boom. Behind. Damn, XXXX is strong. Oh, they got Snooper. Why not just buy everything? It's true, bomb.
You're right. You're right.
That's my left, you ass. That's my left. What do you mean you're right? You guys heard this? What he says? You're right. I was looking at the door. It's like, what the ass? That's not my right. High engaging comic. You have to say though, I have a little bit of hacking AK skills, just a little bit. Puts combo on my lamp. Okay, fine, you get this one.
All we gotta do is go in there, plant the bomb, get flashbang out.
They really like going there, don't they? Please don't block me. Woohoo! XXX. Damn, we got destroyed. They have snoopers everywhere. The snoopers. Ooh. 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 Also, I hope you're doing good engaging comic and also try to. No more coffee? Coffee is watching movie. That rhymes. Coffee watching movie? Wow! A Kobo knows how to rhyme. I don't understand what he said, but it's okay. Oh, behind. That's brutal. That's brutal. Oh, I'm the worst player. Oh shit. I dealt 300 damage. I suck.
We work together, and all of us are coming home.
Guys, I fucking suck. You didn't camp enough? I cannot camp as terrorists. What do you mean? Damn, 3 at B. 3-on-3, they have a chance, but they have the upper hand because they plant the bomb. You've seen the dust animation, you have the Matrix knife them. What does that even mean? What does the Matrix knife them? Ooh, nice, that was good. Ooh, damn! The fuse, we got this. There's no one left. This one looks strong. Is it just me? But it looks very jumpy though. We need leg pick from Lex. Spooters have how many?
Laying down a smoke.
One A shot. One A shot.
Throwing fire. Grenade out.
Quay.
Shit. Walking turtle! Yeah, MP9, let's go. Walking turtle is too good. I want to see how lovely it is. Oh, bro, that hurts my soul, Roxas. That hurts my soul. Fucking hell. I mean, I do have one piece I made where you can see the legs.
Come on, let's go. On y va.
Okay, I'm gonna go A. I honestly don't think they're going B. But then again, I could be wrong. Yeah.
Bố mày. Bố mày lọc.
Damn! They just jump down and destroy. Do you have an MP9? I already used my handgun for this one. Oh! The bomb! Fuck off! Dude, I'm gonna go eco. I have no money. Just get my armor. Why are we rushing? I mean, I guess I know why we are rushing. Yikes. I have to try. Ah, I cannot snipe. I really cannot. Oh my god, that was good. Everything's so expensive. I cannot buy anything.
Time to haul ass. Throwing smoke. Flashbang out.
I hear someone. I killed someone. I killed someone just by going out Rambo. Whoa, you don't do Deagle like that. I mean, fair, because they're like point blank. I love how because we have no money, we're just trying to like 1D. You give? I can respect that. Oh my god, why would you do that? What kind of flyer is that? I actually feel terrible about that round. Although, you know what? I should have rushed. That was on my end. I shouldn't have rushed. Yeah, honestly, I feel like it's a fool's errand to just camp B because they're never going B. Like they could, but they don't wanna. Yeah. That's tough. That's tough. 33. I'm so bad. I'm so bad. You know what? Yeah, I'm pretty bad this round. I have to say though, I'm absolutely terrible. 16 deaths. I'm the fearless. You know what? Let me just do one more. Let me redeem myself. Just one more. Alright? Just one more to redeem myself. Let me try hard. Alright? Let me try. It's not like I'm not trying hard. Just an excuse for me to play one more. But you guys didn't hear the last part. Don't worry about it. Alright, just one more. Although I did have one kill against that sniper. That one feels really good, to be honest. Like that one gun down with my pistol against that op and I won is like, yo, that feels good. At least I personally feel like that's a huge achievement. I think I count it as a big win. Oh no, Mirage. People seem to like this map, question mark? Ancient? I hate Ancient, but okay. Gonna learn all the matchup though. The hideout. Mission report. Derailed. Some people. Okay, this one is good. Oh, I should have unticked Ancient. I feel like Ancient is a little scary. Although I don't get why there's always like one people that doesn't like accept. Utility's been getting better. Oh, I'll take it. It's also nice to see someone play who doesn't get salty just because the team is down a round or two. There's no need to get salty, honestly, I feel like. Because, I mean, I stopped getting salty as much on games anymore because I feel like that doesn't help. Especially when I'm playing Tekken, being salty just makes them makes my opponent feel like I'm way more obvious and that they can kill me way easier. Because I'm getting opened up left and right. It's the cow! It's the cow again! I'm trying to shoot my own leg. Trying to shoot my own leg. Getting salty can get small bad plays here. Creates more tunnel vision and losing focus on the task at hand. Yeah, that's the thing. Kobo leg pick. Kobo leg pick. Oh my god, on the stream. What is this? Actually, I'm buying a diffuse kit. Yeah, that's right. Spending all my money. Just go there and be. Why you... Now I feel bad for running because you don't run. Haha. Only me left? How does this map work? There we go. Ay, fuck. I didn't expect them to be over there, to be honest. Lil. Hey, I have to try hard. I have to try hard a little bit. Oh my god. Eco? Do I go eco? Do I dare go eco? Sure. I want to try out the M4A4. Use that more. That shit is expensive. Coming. Damn, intense. Oh, we're getting surrounded. Oh, we have a Tom. Tom gets this. Look at that. Tom. Tom, don't look at your knife. Tom, not like this, Tom. Do I dare? Yes. Armor going in heavy. Heavy going in. This time I'm camping. No matter what people say, I'm camping. I'm camping this place. Oh, they know exactly where I am. That's a little concerning. But then again, I might be lagging. Nope, 34 ping. They know exactly where I am. I am heavy weapons build. Ooh, nice. AK, nice, you have an AK. Safe, I can respect that. GG. GG. That's a lot of G's. Ooh, no more gun. That's sad. Oh. Hey! Hey! Look, I got greedy, okay? My cobalt shiny senses are a little bit strong that round. my cobalt shiny senses is tingling a little bit more that round. I have to take the gun. I have to take the gun. It's a good gun, alright, but I don't know how to use it. Just stick with MP9. Who cares about AK? MP9 is my strength. Just play with it.
Push.
Oh, oops, sorry. I'm going in. Woohoo! Woohoo! Ah, I didn't jump in time. It's not the size that counts, but how you use it. Yeah, MP9 is great. See how you get headshots with MP9? Dude, you gotta trust my MP9. See, with MP9 you can win and you can lose and also get a lot of money. Sneaky beaky.
Incendiary out. Grenade.
Oh, that was a bad grenade. That was stupid. Nah. See, MP9 is good. Ah, crap, I'm bad. I'm bad. I'm bad. I'm bad. Okay, then let's buy this one. There. I used all my money. I trust MP5 more. MP5 is great. But I just feel like it sort of lacks a little bit of firepower, I think. Yeah. No one's here? Oh. Then they're planting the bomb. I can just stay inside like this. Oh, damn, they're way too good. Nah, MP9. When download the shotgun. My shotgun is actually terrible. I don't know how to use shotgun. I mean, I know how to use shotgun, but I don't know how to use it well. Is the thing.
Watch out. These boys have got a bit of an arsenal and they don't mind using it. Deploying flashbang. Grenade out. Incendiary.
Wow. Oh, there's someone behind. I love how that interaction is like we're both like it's like, oh my god, Rito. I mag dumped and I still missed. Damn, we didn't even get one. Did you know the shotgun is actually intended for breaking down doors and not combat? Is it to shoot the hinges off the door? Oh, that's the original intention of shotgun? I think this guy also doesn't know how the map works. Like me. Oh, actually, I think they do.
Safe.
See. Oh, shotgun. Shotgun. PPP John. I'm going in. I'm going in PPP John. Tylra moment of hyperventilating? Where would you even get that information from? Since when I moan when I hyperventilate? I never moan. What do you mean?
Flashbang. Throwing a grenade. Throwing fire. Bomb has been planted.
Fuck, why am I the only one left? This is tough. We're getting 0-13, I think.
这 A 那可以了，然后补
Roger that. Let's go. Throwing smoke.
有那段，谢谢他刚谢呀，
Roger that.
等等，下来，等等你，sau này bô này đi mẹ lại biết này là
I think they always go for A, honestly. Shit. I actually don't know what to do. Nah, I'm going A this time. Because they always go for A. Why? Just go for A, I guess. Since they always go for A, just yeah. Who? Wait, isn't that op? Isn't that sniper? I thought I heard sniper noises. I was like, I remember Coffee told me about the feint, you know, throwing the gun away to let them know that I'm actually going out, but no. I thought it was just sniper. I tried to be cool. Damn, yeah, where's she gonna get 013'd? It's a learning process, it happens. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, wow. Hate shoot from there. How do people even react that fast? First half? First half? Okay. First half 0-11, all good. I tried. I tried. I did shoot slowly. Lurk need to get food, shoot him good. I'll try. I'll try. Have good food legs. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, let's just say they're actually too good at shooting. What? I did not bad actually? What? I second place on my team? I'm not the worst? Are you saying that? Yo, I'm not the worst. Let's go. I'm actually not the worst.
You think you can kill us?
So.
Run, little girl, run! The guy's out.
Why are you going A mid? Okay. Mid looks scary. Oh my god.
Oh, you without.
67, damn. They just got all headshot and shit. Ooh. This gun is a lot of bullets. I mean 18, but 71 mag? 71 bullet? Whoa, 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 damn. Oh! What's with the jumping around? The ancient one. Highest headshot percentage 100%? 100% headshot rate? Damn. The fire started most burn damage 10. Most unique weapon kills. Honestly, yeah, they're pretty good. But not me, I suck. Hey, I tried, alright? I tried. Well, let's see. 7:40, I think it's time to stop. Is he still he's still playing? Yeah, I'm gonna join them afterwards, but for now, I'm gonna end the stream here. I had fun. Tomorrow... honestly, I'm not too sure what to do tomorrow. You know, I kinda want to play some Minecraft. It's either Minecraft or this. I think it's the two games I want to play in these days. You know, Counter-Strike or Minecraft. It's like two of the most known game, I think. I mean, you cannot count Minecraft out. Minecraft is like the most known game in Earth, I feel like. Now you say Minecraft, and Minecraft, even old people, they were, oh, Minecraft, Minecraft, Sonny, I know that game, huh? You know, something like that. I don't know. But anyway, I had fun. Let me see. I'm gonna find a raid target. You know, as much as I didn't win any matches, but I think I learned a lot today. In terms of CS, Counter-Strike things, you know, I think it's not bad. I think it's not bad. Oh, wait. Oh. Oh, he's taking a nap. Ah, oh, too bad. I wanted to rate Tastic, the sweet bean, but he's taking a nap. I cannot. Oh, too bad. I wanted to rate Tastic because I always don't get the chance to rate Tastic. And I thought I had the chance, but I thought that, fine. Harry? Gibby? It's Perry. I can rate them. Yeah, I can rate them. Yeah. Rate someone new. Rate someone who has been in my channel for a bit, and yeah. Definitely I can rate. Look at, I think that's a good looking Dirk in a jar. Is that Dirk in a jar? Wait, let me double check. Which one is Perry? I'm willing to bet that the Dirk in the jar is Perry, and I'm gonna rate Perry. Just woke up in time to say bye. Yeah. Bye bye, Tikaka. Hope you have a good sleep. How is Kobo? Kobo is gonna rate out. I'm hungry. I want food. I want consume. Yeah. I'm gonna rate Perry. Perry is streaming. First time seeing them stream, honestly. Let's do it. Well, I'm just gonna do the raid. I'm not gonna plug anything for now because very hungry. I want food. Oh, I'm still typing Chinese. Is that why I'm lagging a bunch? fuck, and that might be it. Oh shit, I was typing Chinese, I'm gonna change it back. It's all good, don't worry about it. Read, Harrier von Wind. Right, yeah, that one. I type in the rate. Let's play Grounded soon. Isn't Grounded like a crafting survival game, sort of? I don't think I own the game. No, I'm quite certain that I don't own the game. It's 130 ringgit. Oh! Hey yo, 130 ringgit, let's go. Holy shit. Oh, it is like a survival crafting horror, not horror game. But it does have a lot of bugs because we are shrink down, right? That might trigger something in me. And by that I mean my fear of bugs. I type in the rate. I'm ready to raid. I'm gonna go get then. I had fun today. I will continue Outlast someday. I'm gonna take it slow. I'm gonna take it slow with Outlast, and I will work on art every Monday now because I have a project that I need to do. Breen won the raffle and I need to think of something. Well, not think of something. A snake bust. Snake bust. I think that would be fun. I think I can try poly paint as well on ZBrush. Probably I can try it. It has been months since I last touched any art stuff. A little scary, but I think it's a way to get back into art. So a little bit excited, but also a little bit scared. All good. I'll do art on Monday. Monday art is back. We'll be back. As for tomorrow, I'm gonna play games more. Now, what games? I'm not too sure. Like I mentioned, it's either Minecraft or Counter-Strike 2 because it's been a game that I've been quite addicted to. So yeah, I type in the raid. I'm ready to raid. Gonna go get food. So before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. You guys are amazing. Love y'all. Right? Know that you guys are loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Okay? Love y'all. Here comes the raid to Perry. Oh, I typed the name right. There we go. Okay, yeah, that's the parry. There we go. We're going in. We're throwing flashbang. Throwing flashbang. Oh no, throwing smoke. Actually, let me just do this. Red Chinese. Non-sub red. There. What I'm going in stealing shinies, sneaky beaky like. Kobolds are raiding Perry shiny. Is Perry a Dirk? Is there a Dirk? Is there a Dirk in a jar? That looks like a Dirk in a jar. I like that. I mean, not the in the jar part, but I like that. Looks like a Dirk. It is. Oh, nice. Teeny Dirk. Oh. Teeny Dirk is friend of Kobold, not necessarily Kobold, but it's not Kobold friend, but friend Kobold, a friend of Kobold. I'll wait for the timer to go down because the next close to being there anyway. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Love y'all. Bye. Be safe. Smooches. Bye bye.